Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners' Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos. Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Go ahead, Jessica. We are live.
Thank you, Jessica.
Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday, May 26, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in special open session. Joining us today, we have American Sign Language interpreters Mary Hernandez and Selena Saloon. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May God bless America.
Item number 3 is public comments. At this time, we do not have anybody signed up to speak for regular public comment. We will take no action for item number 3. Item number 4, regular agenda. Receive a presentation from the Community Services Department on developing a plan for the distribution of County Care's General Assistance Fund and take appropriate action. And also, just for information, we do have 3 speakers signed up to speak for this item.
Thank you, Jessica.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. After last Thursday's special meeting, the court asked me to review the possibility of Project Bravo administering CARES funds for the benefit of rental or cash assistance grants to households. Additionally, I was also asked to consult with other communities who've established community assistance funds and consult with our region's Council of Government on how they may play a role in the funds administration. That Thursday afternoon, I had calls with Annette Griego, Annette Gutierrez and Yvette Lugo from the Council of Government. The COG has received CARES funds to meet the pandemic's demands and needs of older adults, specifically those that are 60 years of age and older. So they are ready to work with us and other community providers to address the needs of the older population. I was also on a late phone call along with the city on Thursday with the Harris County staff to get insight on the development and deployment of their $30 million assistance funds that their Commissioners Court recently approved. They did communicate that they are using $30 million from their general reserve fund for this program. They're not using CARES Act funds. So their fund was set up to provide cash assistance to vulnerable and immigrant populations based on need. They conveyed to us that they had opted to recommend general fund dollars in lieu of CARES funds because they too had concerns about complying with the reporting requirements for cash disbursements under the CARES Act. And so we've also had conversations with other municipalities and communities across the state. They've expressed these same concerns to us as well as City of El Paso staff. It's why many of these communities have established general fund programs to respond to the pandemic's economic crisis in their respective communities as well. Also on Thursday, I spoke with Laura Ponce of Project Bravo. At that time, she expressed renewed interest in administering our CARES funds for rent assistance after initially communicating hesitance to me 2 weeks ago. But Project Bravo has been a collaborative partner with General Assistance for many years. We are familiar with their long-term energy assistance programs, as this is a gap that they fill and have filled for many years in this community. Also, while Project Bravo has administered a rent program before, I'm not aware that they have done so in the recent past. However, Ms. Ponce is confident that they have the capacity and infrastructure to deploy funds for rent assistance or other assistance needs in the community. As you heard last Thursday, they are also being supported by the El Paso Community Foundation. You heard from Eric Pearson last Thursday about that, and they are also being supported by other on-the-ground nonprofit organizations in our community. After all these extensive discussions with our local stakeholders, other communities across the state, and considering that the greatest need in our community continues to be assistance with rent, I wanted to suggest to the court to consider looking at and reviewing option number 2 as presented last week. I don't know, Alexis, if you can pull up that PowerPoint slide on the screen for option 2 so that I can kind of go over it briefly again. In that option, I suggested asking the court to commit $1 million in CARES funds towards meeting rent assistance needs in the county. Like I said last week, this $1 million in rent assistance or mortgage assistance for that matter can be deployed in-house with my existing workforce under under all the option criteria and policy considerations. I would need to hire any additional staff to deploy that $1 million in rent and mortgage assistance. The other $1 million can be committed towards an assistance fund to a community action agency such as Project Bravo, to fill that gap of other essential needs in the community. Nicole Farini with the City of El Paso will also be asking the City Council on Wednesday to set aside some of their city CARES funds for a type of fund for this same purpose as well. And I believe Nicole is also on the line if you would like her to chime in later so that she can discuss what she's prepared to present to the City Council. Also, because of the guidance from the Treasury, asks us to tie any CARES assistance to response efforts directly related to the economic crisis caused by the pandemic. Under this option, I suggested the county set parameters restricting this assistance to disbursement of limited use debit cards, such as debit cards to big box stores where purchases of groceries, medicine, or other essential household goods can be bought. Allowing this ensures us that our CARES funds can be traced specifically for purchases of essential items necessary to fill that gap created by the pandemic's economic crisis. I also suggest the county's CARES funds should be for the benefit of county residents residing outside the city limits of El Paso, as suggested under all the other options in the PowerPoint slide. And any agency that administers this must have the capabilities of identifying eligible residents that meet this criteria. Having said that, I also recognize that during this pandemic, there's a need for a program that can provide direct cash assistance beyond the limited use debit card to individuals who may not have qualified for the federal stimulus funding. I believe that for the court to mitigate some of the risk of the CARES reporting requirements for that type of disbursement, I would suggest that if the court wishes to set aside this type of cash disbursement program, that you consider identifying dollars from the general fund to address this need. These funds can also be sourced to an agency such as Project Bravo or any other action agency with sufficient capacity and experience to do this type of cash disbursement. I believe that the county attorney's office may need to chime in to provide you with guidance on establishing the public purpose for such a program utilizing general funds. And I also asked Deborah Correjo-Troll from purchasing to be on standby to provide the court with guidance on your discretion to approve a professional services exemption under these circumstances, should you want to exercise that while choosing a provider to administer these funds. I do want to express that, again, my staff can deploy the $1 million rent assistance immediately. We would expand our outreach efforts to county residents through PSAs and with our network of on-the-ground nonprofits, as well as through the apartment association and their links to landlords in the county. We can also deploy the limited use debit card option or cash disbursement program should the court choose that, but we would require the hiring of additional staff to expand that capacity for me to do that in-house. If the court agrees to move forward with any of these suggested options, I'll work with purchasing and the county attorney's office to expedite that court's directive. I believe you can take action today on what options you want to proceed with, and I can work with the county attorney's office to bring back amended policy documents as well as a provider service agreement for the court's consideration and approval, hopefully as soon as your June 1st meeting. With having said that, and with all that, I'll cede to the court and others for any questions or comments you may have about these options.
Well, first of all, Irene, thank you. That was very well done in a very short period of time. Thank you and your staff for helping out. What I'd like to hear now is from public comments so that we could get the full picture before we have other discussions. So Miguel or Alexis, I'm sorry, would you start calling in for the public comments?
Yes, Judge. Our first speaker will be Eloiso de Avila. I'm placing the call now.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Oh, you're okay.
Hello, Mr. de Avila.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. de Avila.
Yes.
This is El Paso County. We are ready for your public comment. If you can state your name and you may begin to address the court.
Hello? Hello, Mr. De Avila.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. De Avila. We're ready to hear you.
Public comment. If you can state your name and you may begin to address.
Can you please lower your computer feed? Can you please mute that?
We're ready to hear you. Public comment. Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Mr. De Avila, would you lower your computer feed, please?
Okay, hold on. Good morning. Can you hear me? How about there?
Yeah, we're getting that feedback. Okay, perfect. Mr. De Avila, we're ready to move forward. You can start.
Very good. Good morning, County Judge, County Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. I'm calling on behalf of the El Paso Interreligious Sponsoring Organization, better known as EPISO, and Border Interfaith. The concerns that we have expressed throughout this process, including to Ms. Farini last week at City Council was that we don't want anyone forgotten. And we know that you're doing your best to come up with decisions in a very, very difficult situation. But some things to know that our organization supports. We're interested in quick and easy applications for the people who are applying. We're also interested in two things, that whoever gets to administer these funds has the capacity and experience to do the work. Trust would also be injected in here, but the main thing is the capacity and experience to do the work. Somebody from our organization said, we're interested in putting the water in the pipes, not having to dig the ditch. And that goes for the applications to apply for assistance. We know that the county is at a disadvantage compared to the city because you didn't get as much money funds from the CARES Act. We think $2 million is not going to go a long way, and there has to be other means of supporting these people. I'm happy to hear some of the things that Ms. Valenzuela stated right now about dipping into the general fund. There's a tremendous need out there for help. We've talked to people in the colonias, both on the west side, lower valley, and east side, and it's a question of getting the word out to seek the help. So in the end, what we're after is help as much as possible, more money, and do not forget the underserved. If you live in our community, if you live here, you work here, you raise your family here, you're a member of our community, and we must look out for everyone. Don't let anybody be left behind to suffer by themselves. I think that's about it. If you consider all these things, you know our position. We'd like to meet with some of you to explore some other avenues, perhaps, and we're looking forward to that. We think we have some valuable input to provide and hope to meet with some of you soon. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Davila. Appreciate your time and being able to present here. It's a very difficult situation, but you're right, we need to expedite very quickly. So thank you very much. Alexis, who else is on public comments?
Our next speaker will be Father Pablo Mata, and I am placing the call right now.
Thank you.
Hello, Father Mata?
Hello?
Hello, Father Mata?
Yes, sir.
This is El Paso County. We are ready for your public comment. If you could state your name and you may begin addressing the court.
Okay, my name is Father Pablo Mata. I'm a pastor at St. Paul the Apostle Catholic Church on Mimosa Street in Lower Valley, and I'm with the Paso and Border Interfaith. And I'm just calling to reiterate what Mr. De Avila stated. And I think what I would add is hopefully a proven record for as much as we can, right? A proven record for the agency that will disperse or share some of the whatever monies, whatever ways we can help the people in the county. And well, anyway, I just want to reiterate that. And again, thank you. We are looking to see how we can also better serve the underserved and those that didn't receive a stimulus check and all those others in the county. But thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Mata. Thank you for your advocacy. Appreciate your time and being able to help us do this decision. Thank you, Father Mata.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Alexis.
Okay, our final speaker will be Marisa Limon Garza, and I am placing the call now. Hello, Ms. Garza?
Yes.
Hi, this is El Paso County. We are ready for your public comment. If you could please state your name and you may begin your public comment. We can hear you.
Sure. Good afternoon, judges and commissioners. Thank you for being deliberative with your approach today. My name is Marisa Limon Garza, and I am the Deputy Director with the Hope Border Institute. Hope is a proud partner in a local coalition striving to help meet the needs of the poor and the most vulnerable in our community. This coalition includes the El Paso Community Foundation, the Paso del Norte Community Foundation, the Diocese of El Paso, as well as Diocesan Migrant Refugee Services, Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center, and Project Bravo. We believe we have an opportunity to partner now with the county, working in tandem with the city to make sure urgently needed support gets to the most vulnerable efficiently and quickly. It's been a pleasure to work with Irene Valenzuela, Joel Bishop, and the team at the county, and we know that you're taking a very thoughtful approach to this issue. Many of us received a federal stimulus check in the mail or through direct deposit with almost no questions asked. Some used it to make ends meet, and others paid it forward to organizations like Hope to make sure people in need get some additional support. Our friends and neighbors are hurting. Folks in Socorro, Saneli, Canutillo, and Fabens have to face this two-pronged disaster, a global pandemic and complete economic fallout. These people include children, U.S. citizens, small business owners, and longtime families with and without papers who were left behind by the CARES Act. Because of the COVID-19 crisis, these El Pasans need cash assistance now. Households know what they need, and they know how to prevent disaster. Consistent with what you've heard as a viable option from county staff, we believe that this partnership with an agency that has capacity to channel aid to these vulnerable populations, as well as the trust of folks on the margins afraid to access government support, makes the most sense. It's the most prudent, and it's the best way to use some of this CARES Act dollars. In El Paso County, Project Bravo has demonstrated the capacity to manage significant federal and state social service grants. They have a presence east and west of the city, including San Elizario, Canutillo, and communities near Montana Vista. We know that for many reasons, this aid going through the government can be an obstacle for many of our neighbors, but Project Bravo is a trusted point of contact for many families in the county. This unprecedented challenge is certainly an unprecedented opportunity. We strongly invite you to consider supporting this community partnership in an effective way to channel the funds available to you through the CARES Act. This is the right thing to do. It's a moral thing to do. Thank you for your commitment to serving the most needy and for taking on this very important issue using all of the resources that are available to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Garza, for taking the time and appreciate your call. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Alexis, was that our last caller?
That is our last caller, Judge.
Alexa, do you have, I'd like to hear from Nicole Farini, just, from her perception, it was recommended by Irene Valenzuela.
She's on the line, sir. She's already on the line.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to hear from her as well, please.
Sir, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I first wanted to start by saying how pleased I have been to be working so well with my counterparts there at the county, and not just with you all, but also with other entities such as the Rio Grande Council of Governments. I've seen our public sector come together and collaborate in a way that is really unprecedented, because we all know that, as was very well stated by the public comment callers, we're all focused on helping our community, our family, our El Paso family during this very, very difficult time. And so I am very much in line with the recommendations that Ms. Valenzuela has made to the court. I am going to be making some very similar recommendations to City Council at tomorrow's meeting. We spent a lot of time, like I said, aligning the funds and making sure that the funds that can be used within the jurisdictional boundaries of the city of El Paso are used well, but that they are also complemented with assistance for folks that are outside of those boundaries, because that is our El Paso family as well. And so I'm pleased to be placing a heavy emphasis on rental assistance. As you have heard many times, that is a primary concern in our community, addressing folks' basic needs, housing, food, warmth, and water, as I refer to it. There's complementary assistance being recommended for utilities, as well as for food security across our community, and that ranges from support for entities like our food bank, that you all have heard on many occasions is in dire need, but has also really stepped up in what can only be described as a miraculous fashion, making sure that our families are fed. In addition to that, I will be recommending that some dollars be set aside for a community assistance fund that in essence does target the gap that is left for families that may be receiving rental assistance, but also need support in purchasing medication or groceries or other basic needs within their household. And so we recognize that. We've also conducted a tremendous amount of stakeholder outreach, again, in partnership with Irene and her team, not only talking to stakeholders here in our community so that we best understand the need and also the capacity of agencies to deploy the relief programs, but also working with our counterparts across the state, Harris County, City of Houston, City of Austin, City of San Antonio, and City of Fort Worth, and City of Dallas. We are corresponding directly with our counterparts in those cities so that we are not getting anecdotal information, through media. Rather, we are really speaking to the policymakers to understand not only how to address our moral duty in this community, but also our fiscal and regulatory responsibilities to our elected leadership. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have with regard to the activity that the city is undertaking. But again, I just want to thank Irene and Joel and Betsy for their partnership and their collaboration and their support during this very, very difficult time. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Nicole. And we too want to thank you for that partnership. I'm hearing the same thing from Betsy and Joel, and having that partnership and that relationship with the city has really helped. We need to strategize holistically instead of fragmented in any way. Right now is what an opportunity for us to work together, whether it's funding or resources or whatever is coming our way as challenges. So I thank you for that relationship. Alexis, I do have, I wanted to have Susan Goodell from El Paso's Fighting Hunger come in the call, and I was wondering if what would be the best way to get her on the call.
If I can get her phone number, or I can
Okay,
or her email, if somebody can send that to me.
Let me give you that number really quick, just a second.
Judge, it usually works best if we can email that to Alexis or message it to him. If you'd like me to take care of that.
Yes, please.
Betsy, Erica just messaged me, so I'll go ahead and give her the call-in number so she can dial in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let me just a brief introduction to our discussion, and that is that Susan feels that because of their leverage of being able to purchase at such large quantities, that being able to provide, instead of providing cash for the groceries, or that that they would be able to leverage so much more into that. So her insight is that maybe there's some relationship we can have with the food bank that would allow us to really optimize the money that we have available for food purchases and so forth. So that's just a little introduction, but she'll explain it to her. So go ahead, Alexis, and call Susan.
I am waiting to get her number from Erica. As soon as she sends it to me, I'll go ahead and place the call.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, this is Nicole Farini. If I may, while we're waiting, I can happily offer some feedback that we've gotten not only from the food bank, but also from other bodies that are considering funding, including the Emergency Food and Shelter Program Board. Those are dollars that come in from FEMA and are administered in our community. And similar to what you mentioned, for every dollar that is invested in the food bank, we're able to amplify the food security and the food assistance to families in our community. And the food bank does not just provide service directly to families in the form that we're accustomed to seeing, where folks drive to the food bank and pick up that food. They also are heavily supportive of delivery of meals, as well as providing food and shelter to, I'm sorry, not shelter,
Friday,
food
8 a.m. to 5 p.m., shipping and receiving hours.
Food and supplies to our emergency shelters and our other service providers. And so you are absolutely on point in terms of dollars invested in the food bank are amplified tenfold when invested in that way.
Well, thank you for that additional comments. Appreciate that. Alexis, are you having an issue with connecting?
I tried dialing the number Erica provided, and she's sending me a new number to call her. I'm dialing it now.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, Alexis.
No problem. Hello, Miss Susan.
Hello.
Hi, Miss Susan.
Yes.
This is El Paso County Commissioner's Court.
Wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Susan. We're available now.
Thank you. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. If you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
I'm going to walk. Okay, great. Appreciate the
Very
opportunity to speak. And first, before making my comments, let me just say that both Irene and Nicole have just been absolutely amazing to work with, and we're so grateful to have them as partners. I was listening in this afternoon and heard discussed possibly doing cash cards to individuals to buy food. And I just wanted to put in a little bit of information, which is that the food bank is able to leverage a lot of resources here. So by receiving donated food, wholesale priced food, et cetera, for every dollar invested in the food bank, we can get 10 to 11 pounds of food, versus if you're able to take that same money to the grocery store, it's only a fraction of that. So for every pound of food, we're able to leverage that 11 times over. So it occurred to me that as the food bank is struggling to keep up with the level of need in this community, with the thousands of cars that drive through our parking lots needing emergency food, as we struggle to find the resources to support the home deliveries, where we already have 800 people getting home deliveries who are COVID positive, elderly, or have disabilities, and we have a waiting list of over 100 people on that list, as well as our work with the soup kitchen shelters, et cetera. We really would like you to consider where you would have the most impact with those dollars.
Thank you. Thank you very, Susan, I was going to ask you a question. Is there a possibility that you could direct, are you saying sort of in a general sense, receive the money, or are you tying it in directly to the people that we identify as being able to need these funds, and then be able to, you know, sort of direct that food purchases to them? Or are you saying more from a general sense that we help you, and that way it helps a food bank? Because I think what we're talking here is the people that are identified that needing assistance, would you be able to provide any assistance directly to them from the food bank?
We could do a couple different things. In general, anyone who presents at the food bank or one of our other 4 drive-through sites will receive a week's worth of groceries entirely free of charge. So those individuals could be directed to one of those 5 sites to get their groceries. The other option would be if people are shut in because they're COVID positive, because they are elderly or have a disability, you could give us their names and contact information and we could deliver the food to their door.
Okay, well, very good. So that really helps clarify for our discussion. So, Susan, thank you very much. As always, I was able to visit you, and I think Nicole, for any use of the word miraculously, and I can't find another word, just a number of cars and the line, almost, 3.5, and it was not the longest of lines. And then the way you're providing to them, the efficiency, the volunteers, all the freight that's coming in and it has to leave. And, you're at one point, I believe you were almost like 1 day of supply. You've gone to 3, which is still pretty vulnerable. But we thank you. It's just an amazing thank as well, Tom, for what he does behind the scenes as a CFO, and being able to do the things that he does has just been amazing. And so I want to thank you. I hope that the community really, truly understands how dynamic, and I was saying to you that I think Amazon would probably be the next match or something of being able to distribute and identify and be as efficient in getting everything out to the right people during the day, and then the different distributions that you have, like the Coliseum and so forth. So, Susan, unbelievable. I hope you continue to have that strength and that courage that you and your staff have, and we appreciate it wholeheartedly for our community. I just wish that more people understood the dynamics. Over and over again, when I go with someone, they tell me the same thing, had no clue how difficult and how dynamic that operation is. And so thank you very much, Susan, for all you do.
Thank you, Judge. We appreciate your help and the partnership with the county.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, Betsy, do you want to guide us through the next steps? And so I don't know if you have any additional comments or anything that'll sort of round us up, or Irene, or
Yes,
but
sir.
Betsy, I'd sort of like to hear from you, just from your perspective, because you're in so many different buckets of things that we do, that it might help to hear your perspective on this matter.
Yes, sir. So we stand prepared to do whatever option the court would like. We do want you to be aware, is this generally this funding, we are trying to focus it on county residents, as it would be coming from the CARES Act funds, which are designated for residents outside of the city. And then, of course, as Nicole explained, their funds would be dedicated to residents inside City of El Paso limits. If you choose to go with an option of a cash assistance program, as Irene mentioned, we would recommend you identify general fund dollars for that purpose. And the reason why I would recommend general fund dollars, originally I thought maybe we could establish a reserve in case the CARES Act funding didn't qualify for that purpose. However, my concern is that the audit would come after the deadline for CARES Act funds to be spent. And I believe legal has some advice that they will share with you all if you'd like more details. They may have already sent it to you via email as well. But the concern would be if the CARES Act funds are used in a manner that's not particularly allowed with the guidance that comes out, we would then be liable to not only pay back those funds from general fund, replace that payment with general fund dollars, it would be beyond the deadline to spend those dollars for CARES Act fund allowed expenses. So for that reason, if we're going to do the cash assistance, which appears to me to carry a greater risk because we would not have specific backup of what that funding was used specifically for, that I would suggest we go with just allocating general fund dollars directly. If the court, we had not discussed the food bank previously approach as part of this particular allocation of funding. We have set aside and used some funding previously, but if this funding was to be used, we would, if you wanted to set aside a portion of it, we would need to work with the food bank if you wanted it to be specific for county residents and set up a system for tracking on how they would track and report that the funding went to residents in the count outside the city of El Paso. So those are just a couple key points. And Irene, is there anything else that I forgot that we want to add?
No, Betsy, I think you covered it. The how to track the provision of providing whatever emergency food commodities to county residents would be my concern.
Okay, and then the other thing I do want to make sure you're aware of. I'm sorry, sir?
No, go ahead, Betsy. I'll comment after you speak.
Thank you, sir. The other thing I want to make sure you're aware of is we can also administer these programs in-house. As Irene mentioned, we would need to bring on 2 temporary staff for approximately 6-month period to distribute the funds, to make sure we have compliance and documentation. So we are able to administer the entire $2 million in-house. That does give you the greatest accountability and compliance, but we are very cognizant of the other concerns that come up when it's a government agency distributing the funds versus possibly a community agency. So whatever is the pleasure of the court. Also wanted to note that if you choose to give some of the funding directly to the El Pasoans Fighting Hunger, a couple things. One, how we select what agencies to give this funding to is something that Irene reached out to Deborah to make sure we could just pick a agency to do that. And Deborah has information on how we would do that. And then also want to mention that the gift card approach, the debit card approach, would be locked down to certain commodities that are compliant with the CARES Act, such as medication, food, household essential products. And so you wouldn't be able to use it for anything, but it would be for those things that are compliant with the CARES Act allowance. Whereas if you do choose to give it to a very specific agency like the food bank, very valuable, very much needed resource, it will be limited to the essential products and the food and groceries for a week versus a gift card, say, for example, for, I believe, what was the amount of the gift card, Irene, 1,000 or 1,500?
It could be 1,000 or 15, for up to 1,400, yes, ma'am.
So, a week's worth of groceries versus $1,000 or $1,400 cash that they could use for medicine and those other food products that they select and household essentials that may not go as far. So, just wanted to make the court aware of those things.
Betsy, where did the 1 week? How did that? Is that something that's part of the funding, or that's new information for myself that you're limited one or the other, and obviously you're not going to get 1,500 worth of groceries at a food bank without spoilage and all the other things that might happen. So.
Yes, sir. So Ms. Goodell said that individuals could come get 1 week's worth of groceries. I'm sure they could return again. But so the food bank route, she said individuals can come pick up 1 week's worth of groceries at a time. So just want to make those different options. You could go through the food bank route. They would go get groceries in 1 week allotments, whereas with the debit card, they have all the money on the debit card to be used at their discretion. It would have to have an expiration date of December, I believe, because it's my understanding that under the CARES Act, the funds have to be spent completely by that December 30th deadline. So that would be the two differences.
Okay, and then my next question, because I every time I say the last, it isn't. So my next question, Irene, is that you have all the speakers made reference or alluded to that they've got the experience, that they've got the trust, and so I don't know if there's a reason why they were so specific or so focused on the idea that the agencies are trusted and they are able to and so forth. So are we prepared to be able to somehow, if we choose an agency to help us, how would we go through that reference? I don't want to, I don't want to ask them either whether they felt uncomfortable with the agencies we've discussed, but each speaker did focus on experience and trust. How would we sort of be able to know that we're going that route, that they're trusted and that they are capable or have the experience to be able to do this? You did mention one of them, this is new to them, so I don't know if that's something we consider because they're new to this particular, funding type of, or not the funding, but the service that they would need to provide. Would you sort of, make reference to that, Irene, how we would go about this?
Yes, sir. In reference to Project Bravo, they're not new to dispersing and distributing federal and state dollars. They've done so for many, many years in our community. The county, through general assistance, has partnered with them throughout their existence, and so they're not new to that. They have not dispersed rental programs in the recent past. And I'm not aware, and perhaps maybe someone else can chime in, but I'm not aware that they've done a cash assistance program either. But when the other providers mentioned and the other callers mentioned trust, it's in the context of they're a community action agency that's been on the ground for about 50 years, and they are known in the community to provide energy assistance funds. They have provided other types of services in the community throughout their existence as well. In the context of providing assistance to specific populations that were left out of the stimulus bill, they may have more trust. Whereas if the county is dispersing that, we're a government entity and they haven't traditionally come to us for that assistance because we're a government entity and they haven't necessarily trusted that process because of that. So I think it was in the context of that specific trust. Now,
Judge, this is Commissioner Robinson.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, I have several things to address in regards to this issue. First of all, in regards to Project Bravo. Project Bravo, in my experience, in fact, I served on the board several years in years past, and they do have the experience of handling state and federal dollars in a very expeditious manner to include you're talking about the rental assistance, the heating and cooling. So they do have the experience of doing that. So I have no problem with having them handle the portion of as far as the rental assistance, because I have serious reservations about the cash cards. Now, but the rental assistance, I think that here's my first of all. Let me ask the question: have we identified those individuals outside the city limits as far as that will be eligible?
Irene, you want to respond to that?
So we do have a network of referral based. We also have been in contact with the apartment association. I've been in a couple of meetings with them, and they have a database and list of landlords and tenants who are in arrears at this point in the county. I did emphasize that at our last phone call that our funds would be deployed in the county, and they're ready to provide that information to me so that we could address that specific need for tenants and landlords in the county.
Okay, so now as far once again in regards to the rental assistance, I would advocate that we go with Project Bravo. The amount of dollars we're talking about on the CARES Act is $1 million. Is that correct?
Commissioner, we're talking about a total of $2 million. It could all be from the CARES Act, depending on how the court wants it distributed.
Okay. So, but I would say $1 million for rental assistance. The other $1 million would be for food, and I would advocate that we use the food bank for that purpose. Now, with some stipulations, that because my concern is the using the gift card. I have serious concerns about that. So I would advocate that we go with the food bank with some stipulations as far as the $1 million. Now, as far as if we identify the individuals who will be recipients, so and we go and we say we have $1 million for that purpose. How many people are we talking about as far as basically to allocate the $1 million?
We have not had those discussions with the food bank, so we can't tell you exactly how many county residents she'd be able to serve with $1 million. I don't know if Mrs. Goodell is still on the phone. I know that one of our previous speakers would like to come back.
My question is, how many, from our perspective standpoint, not the food bank, I'm talking from our standpoint, do we have a number of people that we have identified that be eligible?
No, sir. We would open up applications once you all approve the funding.
Okay. Now, so based on that, we determine how much each person would be receiving, correct?
No,
Pardon?
Irene, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were saying that each individual household could receive up to $1,400.
Okay, right. So if you could put back, I don't know, Miguel or Alexis, the slides. So one of the options, the $1,400 provision was for rent and or mortgage, and that would cover up to 2 months of those type of subsidies. In that option too, I suggested the debit card or cash disbursement would be up to $1,000 of one-time direct assistance per household. And that would impact, with $1 million, it would impact 1,000 households in our community.
Okay, so here's what my recommendation, I'm suggesting. We identified the number of people that are eligible. One is the rental assistance. I'm advocating that we have Project Bravo administer the rental assistance. As far as the food is concerned, I have serious reservations about giving gift cards. But using the food bank, we identified the number of people that are eligible. And you almost like you establish an account for each person based on our determination of who's eligible. For example, let's say we identify 1,000 people. Based on the fact that we have, and the amount of money we have for that purpose, it's $1 million. So we establish an account for that family or individual at the food bank, and they draw down on that account up to the maximum that they're eligible for. Does that sound reasonable? Hello?
Commissioner,
Yes,
I think the
Commissioner.
only thing that sort of stays out there is a medication. I mean, if we just looked at food, but one of the opportunities that they have is to utilize that for medication, which I think is extremely important. And the food bank obviously will not be able to provide those items. But when I heard the medication component, that really hits home because of their inabilities and sometimes, lack of insurance and so forth. So that would be the only thing that'd be out there that wouldn't be captured with that option the way you have stated it. That'd be the only, I think, from what you're saying, medication really stands out there?
Well, we're assuming that they need medication, and so how do we know?
Well, that they're limited. The card is, from understand from my Marine Commissioner, is that there's sort of like a control where you can only use it for food items and medication and so forth. Am I correct, Irene?
Yes, sir, under that proposal, it could be for any of your big box stores who have pharmacies, and they could use it to purchase their medication through the pharmacy or over-the-counter medicines, groceries, any other household essential items they need and they haven't been able to purchase, hygiene products. And so it would limit it to that. And so it covers a great deal of items versus and it's trackable. That's something we can have backup for. We know that's something we can report to the Treasury of acceptable expenditures and the allowance under the CARES Act guidance versus outright cash assistance where we don't know what they're going to spend it on and we don't know what backup documentation and how we may report that. And so that's why we suggested that option. Conversely, we talked about if you want an outright cash option, cash disbursement, I would suggest, like Betsy mentioned, that we separate it from the CARES fund and take it out of general fund so that we can set different parameters and it wouldn't be boxed into medications or groceries. It could be used for others, such as paying rent for those that wouldn't otherwise qualify through either Project Bravo or general assistance for rent payment.
One more thing I would mention.
From my perspective, Judge, I would not support the cash option. That and I understand what you're saying about the medication, but how do we know who needs medication? But from the standpoint of the food, and make sure that the family are receiving food to take care of their family. That's the reason I would say that we entrust the food bank to and identify the number of people that are eligible, and provide them with an account where they can draw down on that account based on the amount of money we allocate, based on the number of people that are eligible.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah. Hi, this is. May I chime in here? This is, if I may, just because some of these issues have kind of come up, and I just want to have the opportunity to address the Commissioner's Court. This is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. And so my task this weekend, in light of the conversation that we had on Thursday with the Commissioner's Court, was to determine and to parse out, if you will, what may be eligible funding opportunities under the CARES Act or allowable expenditures under the CARES Act versus what may not be. I can tell you that it gets complicated very quickly. I can tell you that there are stringent auditing terms and requirements that we can anticipate, at least from the federal government, as it applies to CARES Act funding. It would not be my recommendation at this point, if the court were to decide to go down the road of using the CARES Act funding to provide assistance to community members, that you go with a cash card option. And I do question, without having further information, on how there would really be a tracking on the big box store options, unless there's a way, I guess, to itemize to determine what those individuals may be spending that money on. I still feel that there is, at least from my knowledge, based on how those gift cards work, that there is not a tight control and oversight on that. And I certainly appreciate and understand I think the needs that are out there with the community members who are best suited to understand and to know what they need during this period of crisis. However, at least under the CARES Act funding rules provided by the Treasury and the guidance that I'm looking and reviewing with those grant guidelines, we have to be, as a county, cautious on how we're accounting for that. So no matter what the court decides to do today, should you decide to go with a third party, a nonprofit, to assist in administering these funds, my recommendation would be for any agreement that we tie that into, and we make part of that agreement strict compliance with those federal rules, those Treasury Department guidelines. That's going to be critical because at the end of the day, the county is not only potentially on the hook for paying back money that may not have been spent appropriately, but there could be additional penalties which could involve, us not being able to receive further grants now or in the future. I just say this again as a caution and as my advice to the court as we're undergoing and trying to figure out ways in which to appropriately and if you will stretch out those funds for our community members. But we do have to please be mindful of the fact of these rules and these guidelines that do exist, and also the future guidelines that may exist. We know that the Treasury on a day-to-day basis continues to issue updates and guidelines, sometimes in direct response to an expenditure that has been spent, that they've identified as inappropriate. So it's more of a reactionary feedback back to the counties. And so I want to make sure that again, whatever decision that the court makes today, if engaging in a third party, that there are those parameters and those ideas in place. Now, the second component, what I also heard today, was that the county was considering using potentially general fund dollars and then give out a cash disbursement. I would like to remind the court as well that required by law and required as a county entity that there needs to be a finding of a public purpose. I do think that we get there with where we're going on with this pandemic and the challenges and the issues that our community members face. But again, that would have to be clearly outlined in whatever decision that the court makes on how to provide assistance, so that we do it appropriately and within the guidelines that are provided, again, by the Treasury and the current and existing laws, if it's through general fund dollars, through a public purpose determination by the Commissioner's Court.
And thank you, Christina. That's extremely important information. And I think we all need to be aware that we wouldn't want to get involved in a situation where later it's something that becomes something that we owe or we have to pay back and we didn't realize it. But I think it's excellent observation for us to move into areas where we're able to monitor completely and that we don't leave anything open for speculations or any other. But like you said, even if it's a third party, we're the ones that become responsible for that situation. So appreciate those comments, Christina. Commissioner
Yes, and I was just going to add, go ahead.
Go ahead, Christina. I'll let you speak first. Go ahead.
I was just going to add, I'm sorry, Commissioner, that that doesn't mean, I heard the model in terms of the big box store gift cards. That doesn't mean, and that there could not be a workaround or maybe some other method that we could work with some of these stores to ensure that there is a really direct accountability to ensure that the funds were being spent, for example, on pharmacy items or on food items. We know that these big box stores carry a lot of different other merchandise as well, but maybe that there is that mechanism in play. We would just, I am not familiar with that, but that's certainly an avenue that can be explored. So I don't want to shut that down completely, but I want to be sure that you all are aware of whatever decision you decide to make today. There is very much an eye that we need to be mindful of as a county of what auditing may come now or in the future, and what I would request as your legal advisor to the county of what to ensure that the county is adequately protected because of those funds that would be dispersed.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. So I just wanted to kind of go back a little bit and talk about, and remember, why we're how we got here and why we're talking about this. It seems to me the when we first started seeing stimulus checks come out, there was a certain population that was left out, and so that, number one, I think, is the most important thing to remember here is we're looking at people that were left out of the federal stimulus and trying to help them. And so I want to make sure that we are doing that and that we keep that in mind, and that we're not putting too many limitations on what we're doing here. And if that means taking money from the general fund or taking money from our reserves, I think that we've been told I mean, we have an emergency reserve that we've set aside. I don't know if you want to call it a rainy day fund, but it's an emergency reserve that we've set aside that could possibly be utilized for something like this. And we've been told by Wally and our auditors that we actually have the highest level of reserves than we've had ever in the county. And so, it seems to me like this may be a valid reason to go into to dip into those reserves if we do not if we can't use the CARES Act. And so I'm hearing from the attorneys that it may be more difficult and more risky to be able to use the CARES Act money, and there may be further restrictions, and I just want to make sure that we're thinking about the people that we were originally talking about helping here, and those are the folks that are in a vulnerable situation that were not able to receive CARES Act funding. I think that was the impetus for this conversation in the very beginning. I think if you talk to all of the organizations that have called in that have been advocating for this, that's what they'll tell you. So I just wanted to center the conversation back around that. And I think that we need to empower those folks to be able to utilize the money for whatever it is they need. I understand that we could do option 2, and have the county administer some of this, and with rental or mortgage assistance. But I think Irene's made a point many times that in the past, the population that I feel like we should be thinking about that I just talked about it, that we need to center around has not typically used that rental assistance program that we have already available in the past, and we've heard kind of why. And so and I mean, one of those reasons is because it's a government agency that they have to deal with, and that can cause issues with fear. People don't trust government. So, and much less if you're in that population, in that vulnerable population. And so I think we need to steer away from that and try to make these funds as available as possible, and without having people forcing them to be fearful of how they're going to get this money. And I feel like option 3 is the best idea. I think that we should allow folks to be empowered to spend the money on what they feel they need, whether it's rental, whether it's mortgage, whether it's utilities, whether it's food, whether it's medicine, whether it's fixing the car that broke down, buying a new tire so that they can get to work. There are so many things on a daily basis that could go wrong, that these folks could have a necessity, and that could create a necessity. And so I don't think that we should try and limit and make them prove that they're spending it on a certain medicine, or make them prove that they're spending on food. I mean, I feel like these people are in a very dire situation. I seriously doubt that they're going to be spending the money on things that they don't need, and I think that it's empowering for them, and it sends a message to them that, you know what, we feel like you all are adults, and this is money that you missed out on because of a certain situation that you're in from the federal government. But we feel like you need this help, and you are the one that needs to decide how you should spend that money that's given to you. Just like everybody who got the federal stimulus, there are no stipulations on me or you or anybody else on what you can spend that money on. It's because the government understood and decided that people needed help, and so I think we should steer away from trying to limit people on what it can be used for, and I mean, if we're giving this money to folks in the community, it also will serve as economic stimulus for our own community, because they're going to be spending that money in our grocery stores and our at businesses that charge tax locally. Some of that money will come back into ours. I feel like if we are giving, just destined, taking this money and sending it to the food bank, it's also kind of losing that economic stimulus aspect as well. And so, I mean, I understand that the food bank is overwhelmed right now, and we've given some money to the food bank, and maybe we can look at providing more money to the food bank if we end up taking the money out of the general fund and then taking some of that CARES Act money and giving it to the food bank. But it seems to me that we also have had the opportunity and continue to have the opportunity to relieve stress on the food bank by working with local with folks here that have been working with food insecurity. The folks that we've been, Dr. Wiggum and Gabriela Gallegos, when it comes to the healthy food financing stuff, we have the opportunity to continue to work with them and help them hire individuals that could get people signed up for SNAP. This community leaves $90 million a year in SNAP funding on the table, and we just don't have anybody that's out there that's signing people up for SNAP. And that's a possible $600 that a month that a family could be receiving. They wouldn't have to go to the food bank. We could get them signed up. They could receive hundreds of dollars a month to be able to go and spend at our local grocery stores and stimulate our economy through that fashion. And so it seems to me like if we want to go that route, I think we need to we're always talking about food insecurity and we've talked about this in the past, but I think relieving the stress on the food bank is really important as well. We can give them money, but I feel like we're not going to get anywhere until we start relieving the stress on the food bank. And the food bank feeding so many people is not something that's sustainable, and so we need to look for solutions that are sustainable. And I think making sure that we tap more into the SNAP program and empower people to make with a stimulus that we can give them is the right direction. I mean, we're not just talking about food that people need. There are so many different needs that people may have right now. So I don't know if I'm forgetting anything that I wanted to say, but I just wanted to make those points and really advocate for option 3. Taking $2 million. Let's work with Project Bravo to do some cash assistance and empower folks to receive and spend money on what they feel that they need it for.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you.
Well, Judge, this is Commissioner Robinson.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
The way the item is posted, our discussion is geared to disbursement of the dollars that we got for the CARES Act. All these other programs are good in their own way, but I think that's what the purpose of the item, the way the item is posted, is a decision on how we disperse the CARES fund. With respect to the individuals being adults, yes, they are, but I reflect on my experience with federal dollars from FEMA when we had Katrina and the other disasters where we had people here in El Paso. We had that we cared for. The use of the gift cards was highly abused. The cards were not used. Now, of course, I would say each individual is responsible for themselves. But what happened is that the cards were used for many other things other than the essential things that should have been for. Thus, what happens is the individuals came back to the Salvation Army, the Red Cross, and other agencies here in town, needing assistance beyond the dollars that they had received in those gift cards because they had been spent on many other things. So I still advocate that we utilize Project Bravo for the rental assistance portion of the $2 million, and the other dollars be used for food. That we establish an account. We identify the number of people that are eligible outside the city limits in the county areas. Then we establish an account for those individuals, and that they draw down on that account from the food bank. That's my proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Judge.
Any comments? Commissioner Leon?
Yes. Number one, thank you all for being patient and moving this meeting to the hour that we did start, and I appreciate it. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Robinson. I am not for direct payments to anyone. I think that we should go with the food bank and utilities assistance, and maybe set up some sort of procedure that they can bring in the prescriptions that they may or may not have, so we can assist them there. But and I'm also very concerned about some statements that have been made that indicate that we will be taking those funds, some funds, out of the general fund. Now, we do have a large contingency fund, but our expenses are already overtaking our revenue. So down the road, whether it's 1 year from now, 2 years, 3 years, we're already seeing we're going to be in trouble. And now with this problem that we have, it's going to be even magnified. So, like I say, I'm certainly not for direct payments. I agree with Commissioner Robinson that we need to help them with their rent, their mortgage, their utilities, and somehow possibly find a way to help them with their medications.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon.
Judge?
Go ahead, Commissioner Perez.
I had a question. I mean, the recommendation, I guess, that the city is proposing to the city council, does that involve general fund dollars, or is that only CARES Act funding?
I don't know if Nicole's still on, but it's CARES funding. It's not general fund.
Yes, ma'am, you are absolutely correct. It is 100% CARES funding. The city is not currently considering expending general fund dollars for this type of assistance.
And you're not,
Thank you,
Nicole, the type of assistance you all are looking at is rental, mortgage, that type of assistance? Or are you looking at cash assistance, and how are you looking at distributing it?
So the community assistance fund that we have identified would be a more, we're calling it gap assistance, and it is for things like medication or vehicle repair. Again, trying to get folks support in the areas that our rental assistance or utility assistance programs cannot reach. We have the same concerns that the county attorney raised in terms of the accountability. And that's why what we are looking at is the logistics of a limited use debit card, and it functions very similarly to other public assistance cards that are more exclusionary rather than inclusionary. So what I mean by that is you could not take that debit card and purchase a big screen TV or purchase alcohol, for example. Similar to the way some federal food assistance works, you cannot use food stamps to purchase alcohol. Now, one of the things that we're very well aware of is that, we cannot guarantee 100% of the time that folks are not going to misuse the program or find a way, but we can put those protections in place and exclude those expenses from being eligible for use with those cards. Now, the assistance fund that we are recommending would be dispersed to a nonprofit organization like a Bravo, like a Project Bravo, for example. We will be requesting applications for that. And what we'll do in the contracting process is work through with that agency the regulatory structures and the eligibility, so that way we are holding the service provider accountable to provide the documentation that the federal government will require. In essence, this is going to take a lot of work and a lot of collaboration, but we feel like by installing the protections at the debit card level, we are in some ways changing the documentation. So for example, if the federal government were to come back and say, how did you utilize these dollars? We would illustrate the program and how it was deployed and what was an eligible cost. We would not necessarily have to track receipts for every individual that used the program. We are working through that, and that's what the contract process will look like. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, and has that been vetted by, thoroughly by the county attorney's office? So I'm guessing that the debit card option is being explored as a way to ensure that the funding was spent towards permissible uses versus necessarily the recipients of that amount. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's what I was describing. I have not spoken with the county attorney's office.
No,
So,
no, Commissioner, Assistant County Attorney, I have not been privy to any detailed conversations regarding how that would be used or how that would be fleshed out.
Okay. Firstly, I just want to say that, again, we do have to be very careful with general fund dollars, because this can morph into something that we're not entirely sure, what type of assistance and how much assistance and whether it's going to have an impact. I think Commissioner Robbins is correct. I mean, the posting is specific to the CARES Act funding, and in the amount that Betsy had set aside, the $2 million was specific for the CARES Act funding. I think if the court wants to explore other options that, where that might deviate from the CARES Act funding itself, I think we just have to be very careful with the amount of general fund dollars that's going to be used. We are asking departments to cut funding, to cut back, to balance that. And we really haven't gotten an assessment yet of where we're going to be next year. But if there was a way to use the CARES Act funding in a way it is that Nicole described, that it might be possible to allow it to be used for permissible expenses. I think that's something worth exploring, as long as the CARES Act funding could be used for that purpose. I think where it gets a little messy is where you start using general fund dollars for that purpose, because realistically, are we going to use $500,000 from the general fund? Are we going to use $1 million from the general fund? I'm not sure. I think if there is a way to go with the cash assistance route, it should be limited to what is permissible under the CARES Act.
I completely agree, Commissioner Perez. If we can go the route of using the money for, from the CARES Act, then I think we should. But it's still, I guess. Again, I want to make sure that we're not leaving certain populations out of what we're talking about here, because that was the original purpose of even having this conversation, right? Was to try and help folks that may not be able to, or they weren't able to receive economic stimulus from the CARES Act, and a large group of those people may be undocumented, and so. If we're talking about, having to put great limitations on how this funding may be dispersed, whether it's rental assistance or cash assistance, that's going to exclude undocumented folks, then it defeats the purpose of what we were talking about here.
Go ahead, Commissioner Perez.
And I mean, how would something like that be, Nicole, if you're still there, like, how would something like that be set up? I mean, is it going to take a lot of time? I mean, for you all to get this debit card and the limitations, and then working with stores? I mean, have you all explored the time frame here that it's going to take to get this assistance out to folks?
So we know that it's going to take more time than it will take to deploy, say, our rental assistance program, because those structures already exist within our service provider ecosystem. And so we anticipate it's going to take a little longer for us to work through the logistics of the cards. We do have some resources. We're working in partnership with some local financial institutions to try to help us understand how to do that. But again, that's going to happen through the contracting process. And so this portion of our funding will likely be several weeks out.
Okay.
Should the council approve, by the way, I should say that. Should the council approve?
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner Perez. You have a
Yeah, I was going to just say, I mean, I'm fine with option 2, so long as that there is a mechanism, or there is a way for the CARES Act funding in particular to be allocated, through a process, through qualified expenses. I mean, I think that's the best way to use the federal funds. I hear everything about the food bank, and the food bank has done a phenomenal job. But as was mentioned, I mean, I think the intent of this is to provide a different type of economic development assistance. You do have the food component. Like right now, folks do have the option, as Betsy was saying, to go on a weekly basis. But when it comes to medications or other hygiene products or anything else that someone might need, so I don't think. I mean, I think the food bank could also always be explored further, but I don't necessarily have a problem with the direct assistance, as long as they're qualified expenses under the law that qualify under CARES.
And I too feel more comfortable that we should separate the general fund, and then if there's things that we need to do specifically, I think it gets confusing when you're trying to do this together with a general fund, and then as Commissioner Perez said, you don't know some of the things that can grow from there in our commitment or in our wantingness to use the fund. So I feel more comfortable to separate it, but then do what Commissioner Stout says, identify these gaps or these situations that we could specifically use the fund. But I think mixing it really makes it difficult for us to comprehend. I like to keep sort of the separate from each other. But once again, without also keeping our mind on how do we help people that don't get this kind of money, or that are in the gap and so forth. But I think that to me is something separate we could decide at Commissioners Court. Otherwise, I think I'm having a difficult time trying to figure out how do we interact the two of them, and then what's going to be allowable, what isn't. And I think accountability is going to be important as part of the process, simply because we could get questioned as to how we provided the money, and was it specifically for the criteria that the CARES Act is asking for. So I think we have the premises. I think it's just now a matter of understanding or deciding how the court feels about the different options.
Judge,
can I have the legal? I have a question for legal.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner
Yes, sir.
Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Christy, can you explain to the court the terminology gift of service and what that means?
Sure. So I alluded to it a little bit earlier when I talked about the appropriate use of public funds. And so what that means is that, the county has to find a public purpose in which any type of county funds, taxpayer funds, would be distributed by that entity. And so in the past, that determination has been made, for example, in general, for the health and safety of the community. I think under the situation that we find ourselves in right now with the pandemic, with COVID-19, I think there's various public purposes that the county could discover and not discover, could rather is going through and can identify, but that has to be articulated by the court and what that public purpose is. And I know, Commissioner Robinson, you had referred to it as a gift of public funds. A gift is something that you would just provide, no consideration back, no accountability back. If the circumstance that we're talking about here in terms of assistance or public assistance to assist individuals who have been affected by COVID-19, either economically, either via their health and safety, I think that is something that possibly could get articulated, but the law does require that there are some measures and controls that are in place. And so without knowing what specific details the court may be considering, that is a general overview on that particular issue, Commissioner. And then I just wanted to address very quickly, if I may, since I have the floor, and just wanted to use it as my advantage right here, is that I know that the item is posted in terms of receiving a presentation and how COVID funds can be utilized. I just wanted to add that in terms of the Open Meetings Act and compliance, we are in compliance. The discussion in terms of the general funds and how it can be used, that's part of the discussion that comes out of trying to figure out whether or not CARES Act funding could be used. Right now, as it's posted, my understanding is to direct staff to come up with a plan. We don't have a final agreement or final action here in which the allocation of those funds would be decided. So it is, from an Open Meetings Act standpoint only, it is okay to discuss those portions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Judge,
Christina,
the other thing I wanted to mention
how would you recommend, since there's 3 different options in the voting process, how would you recommend the actual motion? How would it read?
I mean, you're directing staff. So, I'm hearing that I'm kind of hearing the different options here. I heard from Commissioner Stout wanting to do option number 3. I'm hearing some members of the Commissioners Court interested in option 2, but with the medication component, I believe, from Commissioner Leon. And so I think what you can do, again, with some clear direction, and I want to just make sure that somebody is able to articulate that, is that you're directing staff to bring the Commissioners Court back a plan following whatever options that you have laid out. At this point, I do not know if that will involve an agreement, but it may involve an agreement. If the decision is to go with the city, then we'll have to work through that to determine what that scope will look like, or if it's with a third-party vendor, which might be then a joint agreement with the city. Those details I would still need to flush out to determine what those scope of services are. Also, if the court is wanting to wait, my understanding is that the city has not made a final decision. That's up for discussion tomorrow. And so really at this time, I think that the appropriate direction, the appropriate action, if you will, is just to direct staff. Betsy, I didn't know if you wanted to chime in.
Thank you, Chris.
Yes, we're just looking for some direction so we can move forward with developing those agreements and bring them back right away. Because a couple things. One, obviously the need is existing, and the longer we wait to address the need, the greater it can get. And as you know, it snowballs. And then also there have been some changes regarding the moratorium on evictions. And while the JPs are working with you, Judge, the rental and mortgage assistance is going to be critical. And again, I would advocate and ask the court to consider allowing, at least keeping a portion of that funding with the county and our general assistance department to administer.
So I've got a question, Judge, if I can.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
And whether it's option 2 or option 3, and we're using CARES Act funding, undocumented folks are going to be left out, or we're not, the rules are not going to change when it comes to how we what we're asking for, or what we're asking people for when they're coming in and applying for this money. So they're going to have to prove their residency. They're going to have to can you please go over that with me again so that I can understand how that works?
Miguel, can you, or Alexis, can you put the slides back up? And Irene, can you go over that particular slide? I think it's up right here.
Which slide, Irene?
Right. So that slide is good. Thank you, Alexis or Miguel. So that's correct. With CARES Fund, because we want to tie the assistance to what the Treasury requires us to, we would have to have specific documentation that ties it in. And so when I say in bullet point 1, proof of residency and zip codes, that is, they would demonstrate that they live outside the city limits of El Paso. Whatever documentation they may have to prove that, that they live in zip codes outside the city limits, we would accept. And then the other conditions are income considerations, to prove to us that they have financial hardship that's directly related to COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing economic crisis. And so, but the proof of residency is documentation or anything that they would have that they would prove that they live outside the city limits.
But Irene, Commissioner Stout's specific question. So if I am an undocumented immigrant and I live out in the county, will I qualify? If I can bring you some proof that I live in the county, will I, and I'm at 150%, will I qualify for rental assistance?
For rental assistance? For us to pay directly to the landlord?
That's what Commissioner Stout, I believe, is asking us.
Well, I mean, it did not just rental assistance. I mean, any whatever type of assistance we're offering doesn't have to be just rental. It could be if we end up doing a cash option, whatever. I just want to understand, because it seems to me that in the past we've talked about this, and that our rental assistance program that we have in place has not been utilized, or has been very limited, has had very limited utilization within the undocumented community, because so many folks don't have a rental agreement, or they don't have a utility bill in their name, and so it's very, very difficult for them to prove that they reside out in the county, for example. And so I guess, I mean, is that those requisites to be able to receive that funding or that assistance are going to continue to be in place.
That is correct, sir. We do have to tie this, and we do have to have the backup documentation in order to comply with the Treasury guidance that we're being asked to tie it to a COVID-19 related economic impact. So in that sense, in that context, it would still be restrictive. And so under the CARES Act, we're not entirely certain whether we can provide assistance directly to undocumented. I'm not sure that there's guidance under the Treasury that has given us outright approval. I do want to mention that these are exactly the same concerns that other communities had. When we spoke to Harris County on Thursday in particular, because of how quickly they put together a $30 million fund. They did it out of their reserve fund, the rainy day fund. They didn't do it out of CARES for that very reason. They had these numerous discussions with their with elected officials, their stakeholders in their local communities. All these concerns were present, and because of this, they put parameters in place for their rainy day fund to do cash assistance, really. And the city of Houston did $15 million of rental assistance. They worked with a nonprofit to deploy this through a connection with their landlords. They didn't do direct cash assistance, but Harris County will, but under their own funds, not CARES Act funds, exactly because we are not sure that this is an allowable expense.
Right. So, I mean, that's why I was alluding to earlier that, you know, the reason why we started talking about this was to help folks that were left out of the stimulus. And I just want to remind people that I don't know if anybody on the court received the stimulus check, but if you did, you were not told by the federal government how you were supposed to spend that money. And so it seems to me that we should provide the same type of liberty to the folks that we're looking at possibly providing economic stimulus for, because that's from the beginning, at least for my purposes, that's what this conversation was about, was including and trying to help as much as we can the folks that were left out of the stimulus. And the federal government didn't tell people how they had to spend the money. They just understood that people were suffering and they needed help quickly. And so we're weeks and weeks behind. But it seems to me that understanding now what we do understand when it comes to the CARES Act and the limitations that we're going to have. Either, I mean, I think we need to look at taking, $2 million. I don't know if we can do $2 million from our reserves. As I said, we have an emergency reserve, and I know that we asked our departments to cut, and everybody did, but that was without dipping into reserves. That was, I was without going into the reserves, and so we still have those reserves there. We have the emergency reserves, and we have we're in a very strong position when it comes to our reserves overall. As I stated earlier, the highest the county has ever been, and I think that these folks who are part of this community, who pay taxes in this community, just like you, commissioners and judge, if they are living in any place that's not a tent under a bridge, they're paying property taxes. If they are driving a car, or if they eat, they are consuming, they're paying sales tax. And so, the federal government left them in a very, very precarious situation. And it really is unfortunate that they made that decision, but we have now within our own hands the opportunity to try and help these folks. And these are the folks that put the food on your tables. These are the folks that that work in the restaurants, that work in the fields, that work in hospitality industry, that are really having difficulties right now. And I think that it's so important for us to understand that when we're making this decision. And I know that it's a difficult decision to make, and going into reserves is not something that I take lightly myself. But if we cannot use some of this CARES Act funding for those people, then we need. I feel like they need our help, and so I feel like we need to look into our own reserves and really do what's right here.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Christina?
Yes,
under this particular item, under this particular item, I was just wondering can you ask, let's say we direct them to use one of the options, but that we can secure money from the general fund for some of the things that Commissioner Stout discussed, so that we can identify those people that fall in those gaps. Is it possible under this particular item to be able to direct in such a way, or do we limit strictly to the option that we'll choose?
No, Judge, I think that since what you're doing is directing staff, that could also, you're also, if that is the interest of the court and the will of the court, that you could also direct staff to find and come up with a plan with some other potential options for other sectors of the population that would need assistance during the COVID-19 epidemic. I don't think that I think you can direct that. The one thing I wanted to clarify, and Irene, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Commissioner Stout, you were specifically referring to the undocumented population, and then the conversation was whether or not CARES Act specifically excludes any money directed towards undocumented population. My understanding that there is not an exact criteria that says that they shall be excluded. However, it's criteria that the county is required to abide by in terms of trying to determine and figure out whether an individual in fact resides in the county. And so the criteria to get there to determine whether or not that individual is a county resident is, I believe, to ask for their home address. But it's not to say that other information could not be utilized to make that determination as to whether or not an individual resides in the county.
Right, but without, I mean, you can't just.
And I don't know what else you would do.
Can you just have them sign an affidavit? Can you have them just sign an affidavit and say, yes, I live in El Paso County? Or do you actually have to have a utility bill or a rental or a rental agreement or something of that nature?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that last part. I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing.
Sorry. So my question was, I mean, what constitutes proving that you live in the county? Can you have them just sign an affidavit and say, yes, I live in El Paso County? Or does it have to be that they present a utility bill or a rental agreement or something of that nature?
I think it would have to be, and again, I'll have to take a closer look at that. I think it may be something more than just an affidavit that would be notarized. Or possibly I think that you get there with a utility bill. I'd like to flesh that out a little bit more, but what I'm trying to get at is that I don't believe that it's necessarily in and of itself the only way you determine an individual is a resident of the county based solely on an address that they could provide, at least from the county criteria that has been created. I'd like to take a look at that a little bit more closer to make that final determination, but I believe that there's other ways to get there. But that is not one of the criteria, if you will, under the CARES Act to say whether or not you're undocumented or not. And if you are, then you do not receive money this way. But there might be other logistical challenges in determining that. And also, secondly, to whether or not the Treasury or the funding source under the CARES Act would allow for that.
Well,
right.
Judge,
So go ahead.
Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Judge, a point of order. I just posted for discussion and action on the funds for the CARES Act. If the commissioner or someone else wanted to put a separate item on the agenda to utilize or disperse the general funds, that would be appropriate. But my point of order is that we need to take action on this item as posted. My motion was and is to take option 2 with some stipulations. I'm agreeable to modify my motion if necessary, but my motion was to, as for disbursement of the $2 million, $1 million would be for rental assistance, be handled by Project Bravo. And the additional $1 million was primarily for food, utilizing the food rate, identifying the number of people that are eligible, and establishing an account for those individuals to draw down on their account up to the maximum of dollars that are allowable or authorized to cover the remainder of the $2 million.
Commissioner Robinson, my understanding, we won't take a vote, that we would ask direct staff to choose one of the options, and then they would come back with some of the modifications or the things that you might be proposing. Is that my understanding, Christina?
No, Judge. It's a completely appropriate for Commissioner Robinson's motion. He's made his motion to direct staff to pursue option 2, and so what that means is that staff will be working with amongst themselves as well as with the county attorney's office to bring back whatever final option and plan as described by option 2 back to the Commissioner's Court. So that's an appropriate motion.
That motion is actually not for option 2, but that's a motion to give $1 million to the food bank and $1 million to Project Bravo for rent and utility assistance. or rent and mortgage assistance.
That's basically my motion. And if we look at the item as again, the way it's posted, it says and take appropriate action.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can someone repeat that motion again for me, please?
My motion was to take option 2 with modification, whereby $1 million for rental assistance will be handled by Project Bravo, and the additional $1 million will be to identify the number of people eligible that live outside the county, outside the city, that is, that an account be established for each those individuals that are identified by the county. The food bank will establish an account for those individuals, and they will draw down on that account up to the maximum authorized to cover the $1 million.
Commissioner Robinson, would you consider a modification to your motion that would allow individuals to use whether it's rental assistance, utility assistance, but also figure out a way to help them with their medicine expenses? Would you consider adding that to your motion?
Yes. I have no problem with that. But it says the rental assistance and utility assistance be handled by come through the $1 million, and I'm advocating that Project Bravo be authorized to be designated to handle that. But the food portion of it, to include the medication, I have no problem with making modifications there too.
Second.
Okay, can I just one more question, please, Irene? If you look at this particular motion and the things that you have been doing, investigating and looking at and so forth, do you see any issues whatsoever based on the motion, since it's it's different than the options? And can you comment on if there's something we're missing or something that we haven't really thought through?
Well, on the provision for purchase of medications, we'd have to set aside how much money the court would want us to separate that. And I presume we would separate it from the $1 million that we're talking about giving to the food bank. Obviously, the food bank can't provide medications, and then we'd have to set up a gift card process to be able to do that, where we can restrict just medicine purchases at pharmacies, for example, or any other big box store that may be able to provide that. And so it's just kind of working the logistics of that. Also working the logistics of how we would set up that account, if you will, with the food bank and how it would work. We could definitely work with Susan at El Paso Fighting Hunger. It's not something we had discussed, and it won't be as immediate, but we need some time to go through that and plan that out to see how that would look like. And of course, working with the county attorney's office to put together provider agreements with both El Paso's Fighting Hunger and Project Bravo for the rental assistance. Now, we do have an existing contract or service contract with the food bank. I don't know if we can amend that. We've already provided general fund dollars through them to them via this contract. I don't know if we could just add to that, amend it, or draw up a new service agreement, but Christina may be able to give us that information. But it would take a little bit of time for that.
Yeah, I think we would need to
Go ahead,
do a new agreement with the food bank. Sorry, this is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. We would need to do a different agreement with the food bank. Also, there's a couple of things I know that the court wants to wrap this up, but I need to make sure that we have an established record on what the actions that the court is doing. So one, I wanted to be able to address now that there, and it was in my earlier email to Betsy when these issues were coming up, was whether or not there's some issues with the Purchasing Act that we need to be concerned about. I know that Deborah Carejo is here. She could vet that out a little bit more, but in my opinion, very briefly, I believe that there is an emergency exception that would be allowed to move ahead with Project Bravo to provide these type of services. And then two, the County Attorney Joanne Bernal wants to provide some information on the court on Project Bravo.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Just very quickly, good afternoon. I just wanted to make a record and let you all know before you vote that the County Attorney's Office is one of the community members that sits on the board of Project Bravo. And while I do not personally sit on that board, one of my lawyers, Gabriela Reed, does sit on that board. So it's just information that I would like for you to have before you vote. I don't think that it affects your decision or should affect your decision or our legal advice, but want to make sure you have that information.
Thank you. I think the only thing that I was trying to encapsulate everything we discussed and sort of keep it tight, and I still feel like the general fund that to address a lot of things that were very concerning to me that Commissioner Stout brought out, that we're not capturing that sort of to be able to say that we will utilize some of the general fund money for, these gaps of individuals that might not receive. And the reason I sort of like that is because if we go the way we're going through the CARES Act and we don't have any issues whatsoever with undocumented and we're able to proceed, well, then we're okay. But if we're not able to, and people that show up and are not qualified, then you would have the general fund to be able to say, well, these people did not qualify, and we'll be able to help them out, and we'll provide X amount of money. That way, we don't miss anything of what the people that spoke today, the individuals that spoke today, identified that as very important, that we don't forget the people that aren't able to receive, and in this process, I'm just worried that we're sort of taking a risk of saying, let's do it this way. And then we find out later that a lot of people are left out because they don't have the criteria or they weren't able to produce things like Commissioner Stout mentioned, that they might not have the utilities. It might be under somebody else's name. There's still, people that we need to help in our community. So that's the only component that I don't feel we're encapsulating, and with the way we're approaching it, I don't want to find out later that individuals weren't going to be able to qualify simply because in the logistics of trying for them to provide information, they're going to be left out. So that was the only thing. So I'm offering that to the commissioners, that I still feel that we have to make a commitment. Trying to come back later and then, sort of figuring out if we're going to use general fund for something else might take forever. That way, when they come back with the proposal of how they're going to handle all the logistics, when Irene comes back, she could also include her recommendations on the individuals that don't qualify, and then what we're going to do about those individuals. So anyway, this just I leave that up for discussion or to consider as part of the motion if possible.
Point of order, I have a motion on the floor.
And I think Commissioner Leon seconded it, so we have to call the vote, right?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Perez?
I'm going to vote no I'm going to vote no just because I think the way the motion is stated isn't compatible with the way option 2 was presented to us, and I think so. Yeah, for that and other reasons, I vote no.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
So I also served just as the county attorney spoke. I also serve on Project Bravo's board, and because of certain rules within the CARES Act, when it comes to the appearance of a conflict of interest, organizational conflict of interest. I wouldn't have any personal conflict of interest because I don't receive any payment for serving on that board, but there's a very broad statement having to do with organizational conflict of interest. And so it's unclear to me whether because I'm against this, whether or not I can vote no because it would not be providing any funding to Project Bravo. But because I'm unclear about that, I'm just going to have to abstain.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
I too, I agree that I think we've taken a lot of work and a lot of investigation that was done, and then we sort of did hybrid, and I feel very uncomfortable of how we're sort of moving a lot of work and a lot of thought, and then sort of trying to combine things. I'm not comfortable with it at this time, so I vote no.
Judge?
Judge?
Motion fails.
Commissioner Perez?
It's okay. Listen, we can hear what Betsy has to say.
Okay, thank you.
No, sir, I was just going, go ahead, Commissioner. I just would like the court to consider taking some kind of action on rental assistance if the other areas are not clear yet.
So I'd like to make a motion. You know, I'd like to move that we take $2 million from our reserves and so that we can utilize them to give to a nonprofit. And I'm not saying you know, I want to make sure this motion is not to give it to Project Bravo. Maybe we can have a vote on what nonprofit we can give it to later. But I'd like to make a motion that would take money from the general fund, from our reserves, to put towards you know, something like option 3, which would allow the county to contract with a nonprofit and provide cash assistance for folks that were left out of the economic stimulus. And that way we can steer clear, first of all, leading out a huge population, and second of all, getting in trouble with what we do with the CARES Act and with the CARES Act funding, and we can take that $2 million that's in the CARES Act funding and have a discussion as well about how to best utilize that. But I feel like this money should come from our reserves, since we could get ourselves into trouble if we utilize CARES funding, and we have less limitations, and we'll be able to have a larger impact on the community that I feel like we were here, the reason why we're here in the first place. So that's my motion.
Yeah, and I like the you know, I like to separate. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
Judge, point of order. We're getting out of line here. We have an action on the CARES Act, and we have not finalized that action. The motion, the vote that was taken. And now we're proposing another motion that's not for something that's not even posted.
I think we were
we're out of order. That's what we are.
I think our county attorney was clear in saying that this is something that we can.
It's not posted for action.
Christina, would you clarify so that we don't get interpreted? Go ahead, Christina.
Yeah, please.
I'm sorry, did you ask for Betsy to? I'm sorry, who's talking?
Yeah, Christina.
I just want to. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. Sorry about
Christina,
that. So
I'd like to.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Would you address Commissioner Robinson's question, please?
Well, before we go, what's the result of the vote we just took?
It was a tie, so it died.
Is that what legal says?
No, sir. It actually died. It failed. It was a vote of 1-4. I'm sorry. You're right. 2 for, 2 against, and 1 abstained.
Motion
Go
failed,
ahead, Christina, just clarify, because I want to make sure that we understand if there's, we don't want to be stepping into what Robinson feels that we're doing.
Yes, okay. Hi, this is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. The item as posted is as receive a presentation from the Community Services Department on developing a plan for the distribution of County Cares General Assistance Funds and take appropriate actions. So as the item is posted, and I understand that these issues were raised earlier by Commissioner Robinson and Commissioner Bettis, was whether or not the Commissioner's Court was outside of the of its scope in discussing this item. As it's posted and as I read it, the action that you would do is to direct staff to develop a plan. So in the context, if you are directing staff to develop a plan on how to utilize CARES funds, you can do so and you can take that action. I think that in terms of directing, there could be a consensus on the court if you want to direct staff to look at other funding mechanisms to assist other populations within the county. But I would caution that not to be a direct action by the Commissioner's Court or motion by the Commissioner's Court, because as it's posted, again, it is specific to the County Cares General Assistance Funds. When I spoke earlier, I was discussing that in terms of the conversation of where that was going, that it was appropriate to consider whether or not some of these fundings were coming from general assistance funds. But for any action in terms of pulling out some money or transferring money from a specific funding source other than CARES Act funding, I think we would be outside the scope of that conversation. But again, you can certainly direct your staff via consensus to look at that and to bring back something further for the Commissioner's Court to consider.
Okay, I stand corrected. Then I guess I must retire my motion and you know, I really wish that this had been posted for this discussion. You know, on how to spin it. I think we had some discussion last week about, you know, either using CARES Act or using general fund, but so I retire my motion. I'm not sure.
Commissioner, but if it's the consensus of the court for us to use general fund money, we will bring back the actual policy or procedures on how we will disperse that, if that's the consensus of the court on this item.
Judge, can I?
Yeah, Commissioner Leon, please.
I know where your heart is, and yeah, there is a lot of folks out there that were left out, but we're sitting here talking about, we've asked our staff to cut 3%. We're looking at the possibility of cutting wages, maybe even cutting the layoffs in the future. That's why I am so much opposed to general fund money. We just don't know where we're going to be in a few months, and I just don't want it to land on the shoulders of our employees. That's all I want to say. But I'm not saying that your ideas are bad, Commissioner Stout. But you know, my thoughts here are with our employees. What's going to happen to them?
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. Very good insight.
Thank you.
And Judge, I mean,
Commissioner Bettis.
Well, so it seems clear that staff, I mean, is there consensus, I guess, on the first item to provide rental and mortgage assistance for out-county residents as laid out in option 2 for $1 million? But it was my understanding and through the presentation that would be done internally through our General Assistance Department.
Yeah, I'm okay there.
Irene?
That was our proposal, sir.
Right, correct. The $1 million under that option, general assistance can do it in-house if that's the route you want us to take. I know there's discussions of sourcing that out to Project Bravo. That's an option too, but I am able to do it in-house through general assistance, and we would just need to bring back an amended policy document, but we can deploy that immediately, sir.
And without additional staff?
Correct.
I mean, so I would say if there's consensus for the court to proceed on that item, at least staff has clear direction on the rental and mortgage assistance.
Well,
And that item would be using CARES Act funding, so you would be allowed to make a motion if you'd prefer.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson, you were going to say something?
Well, what I was going to say is that I made my motion as far as recommending Project Bravo because Project Bravo was mentioned, and also from the fact initially what I heard from staff was that they would need additional personnel to disperse the funds. So if they're saying now that they don't need additional staff, because that was part of the reason, part of why I came to the conclusion to recommend Project Bravo. One, because they had experience of doing it, but more so the fact that the staff indicated initially that they would need 2 additional personnel. So if that's the case, if that's not the case, then I would motion that we allocate $1 million for rental assistance, and that'd be handled by the staff.
Yeah, the staff was not on that particular item, but if we use the other second $1 million, right, Irene, is where you would need additional on the other type of distribution, right? Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Correct. So if
Just
you
want
look
to
at,
clarify
yes,
that.
on
Just
option
specify
one,
from the beginning.
that's correct. So anything beyond the $1 million, I would need additional staff, but the $1 million I can do in-house.
Yeah, and that was stated from the beginning. Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson, does this also include utilities in your motion?
Yeah. Rental and utilities as well. Yes.
And is that what staff intended? As presented, like when you're saying 300 or 715 tenant households, was that strictly for rental and mortgage assistance, or also for utility assistance?
Yes, sir.
It was
Yes,
strict
sir.
for rental and mortgage. Yes.
As Irene presented earlier, we have some funds that we have right now from our normal general assistance budget that we are proposing be used for water utility assistance. The Project Bravo has a significant amount of funding for utility assistance. So we're trying to fill the gap of rental mortgage assistance with this $1 million.
And just as a reminder that I discussed with the rental association that a lot of the rental includes the utilities. And also
Yes, sir.
in speaking to the COs of the utilities, they're also very open to see how they can assist people that are on arrears and so forth. So we have to take that into consideration. And I talked about, I just didn't want to duplicate things, but I do know that the majority of the rental properties had utilities included. So it's just additional information to know that there is some other opportunities for utilities as well as whatever we do.
Well, that's fine, Judge. But the presentation and option 2, it says can use for rent, mortgage, utility, daycare, and or purchase of groceries and medicine. So we say one thing, and then we say something different. So the motion I made was for rental and assistance to include utilities, and now we're saying we should be going some different direction. So which direction are we going?
Yeah, well, Commissioner Robinson, what's happening is one of the $1 million focuses on one area and the other $1 million focuses on the other area. That's why I was saying I think what's being recommended is that the one that focuses so that we can work on the other and get that rental assistance moving forward. But once again, it's a hybrid is confusing for me. So one of the $1 million, Irene, the one related strictly to rental, what are you covering there? Just the one that's rental and mortgage, doesn't include all the others, right?
Correct, sir. So yes, so option 2, we're discussing it in a different context today, but when I did present it last Thursday, it was for us to deploy it in-house, and then another version of the $1 million for a type of cash assistance type of program. What we're discussing right now is because there is an urgent need for rent, and it's something that we can deploy in-house right now. If we can make a decision on the $1 million rent so that we can start working on that right now, and we can come back on any other plan that you may direct us on for the rest of the $1 million. But if we can make or give me direction on going forward with a $1 million rent assistance, whether it's in-house or otherwise, so we can start working on that immediately and deploy it. Now, like Betsy said, we have current general assistance.
Go ahead, Irene. Go ahead.
We have a general assistance balance right now that if I dedicate the $1 million right now in CARES Fund for rent and mortgage assistance, I can then set aside that existing balance in general assistance to identify arrears in water utilities. We are finding that is a need right now in the county, and so we can identify that existing balance in my GA account right now so that we can provide that service. There is funding from Project Bravo. They can identify other energy assistance utility payments such as gas and electric. We can focus on water in the county and rent assistance and mortgage.
Well, again, I move that we utilize $1 million of the $2 million CARES Fund for rental assistance for those individuals that reside outside the city limits in the county area.
Second.
I thought. Commissioner Bettis?
Christina?
Sorry, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
We're okay, Christina? You were going to comment.
Yeah, for some reason I had thought Commissioner Bettis had made a motion or had discussed about the $1 million general assistance. So I just wanted to be clear that I didn't miss that as a motion that was made by Commissioner Bettis earlier.
I think I was first trying to get consensus for the very similar motion, but just as long as as I understand this correctly, this first item, the $1 million that Commissioner Rob is consistent with what staff has recommended for the first $1 million, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioner Bettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
I'm gonna vote no. I think that we would be better off utilizing a trusted community partner. I mean, I think we've heard Irene Valenzuela talk about in the past some of the underutilization of the rental assistance, and again, I mean, it seems to me that we want to have the deepest impact possible. So I'm voting no.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Judge, I'm gonna take a stab at this. Regarding the other $1 million, and fully understanding the concerns that Commissioner Stout had raised, but it seems to me that if there is a solution out there, because from my understanding, this is the first. In understanding what is trying to be achieved here is that we are trying to stay consistent with CARES Act funding to make sure that there are acceptable expenditures under CARES Act and that we're not violating that. And it is possible to extend that to any person residing outside of the city limits of El Paso. So if that's the case, I would also make a motion just directing staff to continue to explore this one-time assistance options that would allow folks general assistance, whether it be groceries, medicine, utility, daycare, as outlined in the backup, using the debit card option, consistent with CARES Act limitations, but trying to make it as available as possible, and having staff see what they could come back with. Sorry for being a little convoluted, but it's essentially going with the staff's recommendation, recognizing that the CARES Act limitations, not using general fund dollars at this moment, but using the CARES Act funding, but trying to do as broad of scope as possible. So it's essentially going with staff's recommendation for item number 2 for the second million, and to bring back a plan that would further articulate how that would be executed using a debit card method.
And Commissioner, your motion is that it be consistent with CARES Act regulations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Second.
Commissioner Bettis,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
No.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, item number 5, approve and authorize the selection of a member of Commissioners Court to the El Paso United COVID-19 Response Task Force.
Betsy?
Judge, Commissioners, as you know, you passed a resolution creating the El Paso United COVID-19 Response Task Force. And as part of that resolution, we need to designate one member of Commissioners Court to be a representative on this task force. The city is going to ask the mayor to designate a city representative tomorrow to sit on the task force. But we would like for you all to select your member today, and the task force does intend to have its first meeting this week on Thursday.
Betsy, how do you recommend, from your experience on how this sort of takes place? You've got 4 commissioners. How do you, would you like each commissioner to express their desire, and then and the why, as to why they should be the person? I think we heard a little bit, but I'm not sure we've completely heard everyone out. And I'm asking, I know Commissioner Stout and Commissioner Perez were interested. Is that the case? Commissioner Leon, would you like to be considered?
No, I think that we have 2 excellent choices. It's awkward, but in my opinion, 2 very good choices to be part of the representation there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, I would like to be considered as well. I feel I'm very capable. I don't feel, I know that I'm very capable of performing the duties required on this action.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. So we actually have 3 individuals that would be interested in that role. Commissioner Perez, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Judge, no, I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate also the consideration. You know, my office was involved in just this initial idea, and again, it was Judge in collaboration with you and your office as we met with the city. Again, this originally started out, you know, as bringing forward a consultant to help increase with resource development here in our community. Then the recommendation brought forth by the judge to collaborate with the city, this task force idea emerged. My interest in this is again, you know, as we tried to come up with various areas where the different commissioners would be assigned to help with the COVID response, was really in resource cultivation. Where I'm coming from on this item, you know, if Commissioner Stout would like to sit on it, I'm interested only in the initial setup and helping in whatever capacity as I can in helping to set up this committee as resources and testing and all that are an urgent need. If after, you know, the initial 6 months, I know you had mentioned a sunset clause for like 18 months possibly or something like that. If after the initial 6 months, Commissioner Stout would like to serve on that, I don't have a problem with that. My primary interest was just really in the resource cultivation, which I think is very important during this initial 6 months.
Thank you, Commissioner Pettis. Commissioner Stout?
Thank you. Thanks, Judge and Commissioners. So I just wanted to say a couple of things. As commissioners, I think we all work on, of course, many different issues and subjects, generally, and from things like economic development to life, parks, and providing services like water and infrastructure, roads, stormwater mitigation, things like that. But I feel like each of us is also taking it upon ourselves to focus and put more emphasis on certain areas where our own priorities lie in areas in which we have really an acute interest. Like Commissioner Lone with law enforcement issues and labor issues, Commissioner Pettis with criminal justice reforms and taxing and finance, and of course Commissioner Robinson with areas like the veterans and the homeless. One of those focus areas for me, since I was elected, has been healthcare, and for that reason, in my first year in office, when the Children's Hospital began having issues, I asked the court to allow me to represent them as we went through the process of bankruptcy and restructuring. For the same reason, I asked the court to be the representative on Emergency Health Networks Board so that I could work on mental health issues. And it's also why I applied for the position on the Medical Center of the Americas board that the county has. Many of the policies and proposals that I have brought forth to the Commissioners Court over the years have had healthcare as a purpose and goal, like the HFFI program. That focus on healthcare has even influenced my decisions when it comes to who I've hired to be part of my staff. And so for the same reason, that healthcare has been a major focus of mine, it seemed to me very logical for me and my staff early on in this crisis to jump into action and start working and having conversations with UMC, with Children's Hospital, the Health Department, OEM, private doctors, and of course the MCA, since I serve on that board. And we have from the beginning been part of the conversations and working on a lot of different issues, whether it is, the testing or to production or sourcing of PPE, as well as economic impacts and trying to find solutions for all the issues. And we've also been very involved in some binational conversations because I think we need to have a deep understanding of what's going on in Juarez. When Juarez is, as they say, when Juarez has a cold, El Paso sneezes, and vice versa. So most of the conversations and much of the work in my office that we've been involved in regarding this healthcare focus greatly dovetails, I think, into the work that would be done on this task force. Especially the work with the Medical Center of the Americas, which has been the organization that has been spearheading a lot of these efforts and calling these meetings and having these discussions. And so, it seems that it would be a very logical choice that the court would want to utilize that experience and that knowledge, those conversations and the work that we've done. As we move to create the task force and choose a representative for the county, I think that the task force touches on a lot of central priorities before the pandemic and during the pandemic. One thing that I'm very passionate about is driving forward our level of public health, and I feel like we have a great opportunity to do work that's going to help us meet the current crisis. And the second wave that everybody is talking about coming in the fall, even as we work to make sure that the county is better positioned to meet anything like this in the future. So, the conversation about testing strategy brought about the creation of this task force, but our response ultimately goes beyond testing. I think we need to conduct meaningful contact tracing, very deep contact tracing, blending this with our testing strategy in a way that ensures that positive COVID-19 cases lead to more testing. There's a lot I think that we don't understand about COVID-19 and its behavior. Right now, the summer tendency to diminish transmission of respiratory conditions is possibly going to give us a chance to gather some intelligence. We need to understand how transmission works, understand the effects of asymptomatic transmission in the community, so we can learn lessons that will allow us to prepare for the second wave that's probably coming in the fall, which again, we're hearing about all the time now. Last week I had the opportunity to speak with a doctor who has very deep experience in epidemiology and disaster management, and talked about studies that could be done that could help looking at transmission maybe through children, and trying to get in our heads how the disease works in our community, doing some research. And with our prevalence of multi-generational households and close-knit communities, I think that these are the things that make El Paso a unique community and really an important place to start with some research. The resolution that we passed touches on the interwoven relationship between public health and economic prosperity. I think that's very important, and this interwoven nature really gets to the heart of one of the most important aspects of the task force, and somewhere I feel we could help greatly for it to be the best it can. COVID-19 is just the kind of crisis where we should rethink the importance of and really think about binational collaboration. I know that we have to take care of El Paso, but so much of El Paso is dependent on Juarez, and so we're all focused on making sure that we best serve our constituents. And there's really no question in my mind that ensuring strong collaborative relationships that we can build with Juarez in this space is going to be in the best service of our constituents here in El Paso County. Right now, we have very little cross-border contamination, but at some point, when and if the bridge is open to normal traffic, which could be as early as next month, things could change very quickly. Meanwhile, we have businesses here that are trying to safely reopen, but for a number of business from those south of downtown and precinct 2 near the bridges to some of the shopping areas ranging from George Dieter over to the outlets near Canutillo. Reopening safely is a separate issue from reopening profitably, because money from Juarez helps our businesses open and be profitable. So, we can be wise and prudent in serving the people who reside within El Paso County, but unless people from Juarez and Doña Ana County can come into our community safely and in our stores to spend money in our businesses, our economy in El Paso is never going to recover to the level it needs to be. There's not enough money in our consumers' pockets, especially with more than 50,000 unemployment claims filed, to bring businesses back to where they were without consumers from all 3 states on both sides of the border. Juarez has really struggled with PPE access and with a much higher death count than we have had. As long as those struggles continue, we can't safely restart our economy to the fullest, because we'll be missing a key segment of the consumer base. Because of the work that our office, that my office has done, and I've done with building relationships with stakeholders in Juarez, I feel like I'm in a very good position to ensure this dynamic and be incorporated into the task force. Definitely have the connections and language skills to be able to do so. And if we're not collaborating and developing a unified regional strategy, which I think has been repeated over and over. We were on the call with Congresswoman Escobar last week, and it was heavily spoken about then having a regional strategy, which includes cooperation from partners for Bliss, Southern New Mexico. We're ensuring that our businesses will have key segments of their customer base that they need to survive and to thrive. even people from Juarez come over to spend money. If we're not working together to develop a collaborative regional strategy, we can be inviting transmission opportunities into our community, tearing the interwoven fabric that blends economic prosperity with public health, all that I've been talking about, apart again and again. The task force is going to exist based on the principle that no one of us is as intelligent as we all are together, and that goes for regional collaboration as well. The healthcare system in Mexico is even less centralized than our system, and incorporating our neighbors to the south, we have potential to learn as well as to share our expertise as community and move our community forward together. As I usually am, I have been in contact, of course, with UMC, with MCA, the private healthcare providers, other advocates and nonprofit organizations in the community who are working to help our community be as safe and aggressive as we can in battling the pandemic. And I think that in terms of positioning our economy best for recovery, I feel we can't do it without incorporating Juarez. But as partners and human beings working together in the region, it's that's so heavily isolated. I feel like it's right to make as much effort there as we can. It's not the only thing I can offer, but I think it's important enough for me to emphasize. I believe public health isn't something that become interested in, as we began facing the pandemic, and it's something the county made a conscious decision to spend less time engaging before I moved here more than 10 years ago, and it's something that the pandemic has shown us should be revisited. I feel the company Battelle that MCA has helped to bring in is the nation's largest and best respected private nonprofit research lab, and it's come into our community to consult during the pandemic. And the next phase of Battelle's involvement, a consulting effort that operates on both sides of the border and is advising us as to how we can build a regional cohesive public health strategy that maximizes city and county participation to meet our population's needs. And I'm eager to be part of those discussions as a task force provides insight to the experts who have come into our community to continue to provide insight. I'm not going to say that I am better qualified than anybody else on the Commissioner's Court. We have really smart people and hardworking people here serving the county's residents. But this work is really so very meaningful to me, and part of the reason why I even got into public service, and it relates directly to the work that we've done in my office since being elected, and especially since the pandemic has descended upon us. So. I'd really like to ask you all to consider my record and experience and advocacy as a commissioner when deciding who should represent us as part of this task force, and I really look forward to working with it, whether with the task force, whether it is that I'm the official representative of the county, or whether through one of my colleagues who is representing us. So I really appreciate the time that you all have given me to kind of talk about this and give you my pitch as to this task force, and let's move forward and be strong.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
Well, if you consider hello, good feedback. Hello? Well,
go ahead.
First of all, if you consider when you talk about experience and leadership, I have over 25 years of experience in leadership in my career. As far as leadership and experience in the community of El Paso, if you want to go to a resume, I can provide you a copy of my resume, which is very extensive. And no disrespect to anybody, but I don't feel that anybody on the Commissioner's Court has as much experience as I have, other than Commissioner Leon. So mine is more than 25 years in the military, as well as approximately 20 years in this community. When you talk about leadership position, experience, I serve as the vice president of the board of directors for Project Bravo during the hard times, brought them from being almost disbanded to back to where they are as a prominent nonprofit agency in the community of El Paso. Serve on the board with the Salvation Army and many other organizations in this community. 8 years on the city council, where I held leadership positions. I was the alternate mayor pro tem for the city of El Paso. I served on the state board. I served on the board of directors for Rio Grande Council of Government. In fact, I served as a former president of the board for Rio Grande Council of Government, as well as served on the board of directors for the state agency that governs the Rio Grande Council of Government. So my experience is very extensive. Now, when you talk about particular issues, I'm interested in all the issues that we have to address. As you well know, so all those issues come to the Commissioner's Court for vote. So we have to have a knowledge and experience and interest in those items that we have to make decisions on. So you talk about qualification, and the other thing, Judge, I mentioned this once before. I feel that all of us should be given the opportunity to serve on some of the boards and commissions that come about. It should not be a select number of individuals that serve on those boards. So we need to take a look at that. Whether it be me or someone else that come along after me, we all should be given the opportunity to serve. And I don't feel that the reasonable opportunity is given to serve. So take that under consideration. But we say knowledge, experience. If I don't have it, no one has it.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Well, it'll be up to either Commissioner Leon and I to make a motion, and I think, hearing the platforms and, I would feel comfortable that we did what Commissioner Perez suggested, and that is that, that I didn't ask that of Commissioner Stout or Commissioner Robinson as part of the discussion, but if they would be willing to take 6 months and then allow the other commissioners to follow suit, just because of the different variety of focus of what I've heard. It's very difficult, so difficult. I asked to see if there was a way that we could have more than one commissioner, but it looks like our resolution refers to one item, or one person, one commissioner to be able to take over. My comfort would obviously be that if we rotated the 3 commissioners, and then of course I would have to make a motion as to what I feel, who should go first, second, or third based on their platform. But I don't know, Commissioner Leon, do you have any ideas as to what be the most reasonable way to approach this?
Well, one of the things I just want to make sure, Commissioner Perez, you excluded yourself from this post?
No.
No, I had made the suggestion that my interest is just in helping to set up the task force as they get off the ground, and in working with the various stakeholders, bringing them together to make sure that we're responding as quickly as we can to address whatever needs are necessary. And so I had proposed starting for the first 6 months and then rotating on.
That was my idea, Commissioner Leon, that if that was something that each one would agree on, then you and I could make a motion as to the order, and that way everybody could serve appropriately. But I don't know if that's something that you would consider as a motion.
Sure.
Judge, can I ask you a question, Judge?
Sure, Commissioner Robinson.
With respect to the comment you just made about rotating, so if we're going to do that, if that's what you're going to suggest, then my question to you and my suggestion is that if we're going to do it on this board or commission, why we should do it on all, but we don't do that. So if you choose and say we're going to do it on this one. What about the rest of them? Where other people get the opportunity to serve on some of the other boards and commissions that you and others serve on as well?
Well, I just to clarify, I just don't understand on which ones you haven't been given the opportunity, or because I need to understand that, because I don't know that for a fact that, you know, I've been on board simply, most of the boards I've been on is because it's asking the county judge to be on that board. But there hasn't, I think there's only been one time that we actually had this type of a vote that I know of.
Well, no, that's not correct. But I understand the one that you serve on is designated for you because of the position. But there are others that come about that decisions have been made on since I've been on the commissioner court, but only certain individuals given the opportunity to serve. So I feel that if you take a look at those boards and commissions that the commissioners serve on, who serve on which one, and we have a tendency to pick and choose the one we want to serve on, but we don't give other individuals the opportunity to serve. And I feel that if we're going to do it on this one, we should do it on all.
I just one more additional comment, and it's not argumentative, but an additional comment would be the only reason I would go that route is because we are given that opportunity to do so, which might not be the case in others, because I think they asked for a 2-year commitment, a minimum. And then secondly, this is unprecedented. I mean, this is something extremely unique that requires a tremendous amount of perspectives and different. And if you could see the passion of all three, wanting to serve and eliminating one and choosing two, I don't think that's the solution when such a pandemic as we have. I mean, it is a very difficult decision to make, and I don't know if we would be able to discern, one and leave two out, and that's why I thought it would be best if we were able to rotate, then everybody would get a shot at it, and every point is going to be important. Commissioner Stout mentioned this first part of it, the really health focused. Then we go into the second, and that's sort of moving into some other areas of policy. And then in 18 months, I mean, we are going to be establishing, what are we going to do going forward? And so I feel there's 3 different segments to this situation, and giving each one of the commissioners an opportunity is something that I felt was favorable. But not pick and choose or anything like that. It's just it's a hard decision when you've got very talented people on commissioners court.
Well,
Betsy, go ahead. Betsy, am I correct in saying, because I did try to contact Nicole Farini, and she said it pretty much is on your part because of not on your part, but because is the resolution limiting us to only choose one person?
The resolution as it currently is written says that there will be one representative. Again, let me also back up. The resolution says that this is primarily a healthcare focused and healthcare professional task force to make recommendations and a plan that will be forwarded to the city and the county to help guide your policy making. So the work that comes out of this comes back to Commissioners Court. But it does specify one member of City Council and one member of Commissioners Court to participate in the task force.
And the sunset, did we ever come up with the sunset as to the amount of time?
You all established 6-month timeframes with the ability to renew. We did not write that into the resolution. That will be up to the court. Each time that the task force comes up for consideration, we will automatically put it on our tracking log like we do with boards, and we will monitor it for every 6 months.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
Yeah, and once our commissioner gets on that board, sometimes it's not a good idea as we move into it that we replace them, because sometimes they're moving in a terrific direction, and it sometimes it's counterproductive to change it out because of the possibility of a learning curve. So you being the judge, you want to make a motion, Judge?
Pretty sly there, Commissioner Leon. It's difficult. Like I said, I like the time frames, and so I have a difficult time on a one person kind of thing and eliminating two. Both of them have extremely, or three of them have a lot of emotion on serving for one reason or the other, whether it's because of experience or whether it's from a kickoff kind of component, or it's the actual health and focus on the region. And it is my understanding that the regional component has become more and more important. It has become something that has been talked about. We're moving into that. People finally realizing if we don't take care of our neighbors, whether it's New Mexico or we take care of Juarez, I don't care what the governor says about, we can sort of ignore that and we just have to move forward. He was very explicit to say that if we waited for Juarez, that it would take 3 years for us to move forward. And I said, well, I'm not asking obviously for 3 years, but the fact that he said that, made that statement, really, really focuses on how difficult that situation is, and that it's being projected as something that's going to be very long-term. But it's almost as if we could ignore it. Like we're going to isolate them like we do when someone catches COVID, and we isolate them and put them in quarantine. And obviously that's not the case. So the interaction between people are going to be really, really, between regions and cities. New Mexico, I think they're going to, but they're having a challenge, packing companies and so forth. So that's a challenge. But I think Juarez is going to require a tremendous, tremendous amount of interaction between the two. And if I look at it from that perspective, that standpoint, I would make a motion to have Commissioner Stout be selected.
Second, sorry, I had my microphone muted. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bettis?
I appreciate Commissioner Stout's focus on the on the regional collaboration, the binational collaboration, but that's one component of a much larger issue. I think establishing this the correct way, with our regional partners is very important. I think that I think he's well qualified. I think for the next phases of this, I think as it moves forward into the binational collaboration, that's certainly going to also be important with the initial setup. So I vote no.
Commissioner Leon?
Again, excellent candidate. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Commissioner Stout, and I think what leans it more away from him is the more regional, as Commissioner Pettis just outlined. So my vote would be no.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
He got
Commissioner Robinson?
He got disconnected, Jessica.
Okay.
So we can wait for him to call back? Or would you like to proceed?
Yes, we would have to wait under these circumstances.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to call him. Just a second, please.
placing the call.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioner Robinson.
Hello.
Hi, Commissioner. You're back online.
He already
Hello.
answered. Oh.
Commissioner Robinson, we're taking the vote. How do you vote for this item?
He dropped the call. I'm gonna call one more time. Placing the call.
Hello.
Hi, Commissioner Robinson. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Commissioner, can you hear us?
I'm here now. I'm back.
Okay, you're back online.
Something happened with the phone. I'm back. Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear
Commissioner,
you.
we are taking the vote. For Commissioner Stout,
No.
Judge Samaniego,
Aye.
motion fails.
So I'd like to make a motion that we choose Commissioner Perez for that position.
Second?
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Since my nomination was voted down, I'd just like to make a few requests. First of all, Commissioner Perez, I think it's really important that you yourself be present at most or all of the meetings as you possibly can. I know that our staff tries to help us with, being involved in meetings and such, and I know you're very busy because you're running a campaign and you've had your staff on a number of these meetings. But I would just request that you do your best to be there personally. And second of all, just as a conversation that I had with Commissioner Leon before this about, I told him, I think that binational and a regional approach is something that's very important, and it's strange to me that was a detractor for me getting the nomination, but it is very important, and so I would like to request that that you do try and make sure that there's a regional approach to this, and remember that you're there to be a voice of the Commissioners Court, and so I would hope that you would listen to and work with us, because I still plan on being very involved and trying to support you. The work that I've been doing with the MCA, with EP Bio Juarez, or Bio EP Juarez, and the other mini, I guess, task force that have been kind of ad hoc, been created kind of ad hoc in an ad hoc manner. I intend to continue to participate in those and try to support you and the county. But I just wanted to make those requests. So I'll vote aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
No.
Judge Samaniego,
And Commissioner Stout, I'll double team with you. I think that regional approach cannot be left out of the picture. So whatever you and I separately or together can do, I think it's going to be very important. I vote aye.
motion carries. Item number 6, receive a presentation from graduate business students at UTEP regarding observations of Mission Trail small businesses.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins with the Economic Development Office. Today's presentation has been in the making since you all passed the Mission Trail Comprehensive Plan back in October. At that point, we were lucky enough to be put into contact with Bill Conwell. Bill is the Clinical Professor of Corporate Enterprise, and he is the Director of Corporate Engagement at the University of Texas at El Paso in the College of Business Administration. He was kind enough to offer up the opportunity for a team of his graduate students to be able to assist us in making sure that the business portion of the Mission Trail Comprehensive Plan came to fruition. So around the January timeframe, we were able to meet with a small group of volunteers, and so those individuals are going to be discussing with you today some of their findings along the Mission Trail, and hopefully some of the recommendations that they will make will be something that we will not only be able to take advantage of. It's obviously very, very timely right now with COVID-19 going on that, we do focus on businesses, especially in the Mission Trail area, being successful. So hopefully we can make sure that some of these findings are taken into account in the future and possibly even, used to create policies and things. So Mr. Conwell, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I had to take the mute off. Yes, so.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. So thank you for joining us. Do you want to go ahead and introduce your team?
I will do that. I don't know if Serena, are you on yet? But we have Serena de Santiago, who just recently graduated and completed her MBA. We have Alejandro Loya, who also just recently graduated, completed his MBA. And then we have Yair Jalil, who's about halfway through his MBA program. So these are the three MBA students as part of our corporate engagement class. We work with different entities in both business and government and nonprofit. So our thanks to the county and the county commissioners for giving us this opportunity, and for Andrea for being such a great go-between for us. So we really do appreciate that. And I'm going to turn it over to the students and go back on mute. So.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great.
Yes,
so I think we should be getting our presentation up pretty soon. There it is. Well, thank you all so much. My name again is Alejandro Loya, and I'm here today with my fellow candidates. So not candidates anymore, two of us have graduated, but I'm here with my colleagues, Serena and Yair. I'd like to begin by thanking the Commissioners Court for allowing us the time to present our project. Just to reiterate, our team partnered with the El Paso Economic Development Department to conduct an analysis of the mission. Our primary focus was on determining common obstacles that local businesses in the area face and developing recommendations for the county. So I hope you enjoy our presentation. And if we could move forward to the next slide. Thank you very much. So here we have a table of contents. It's really just for your reference if we distribute this presentation. We can move forward. So a quick overview of our project. As I mentioned before, we worked on this project in conjunction with the Economic Development Department. We began by conducting primary research in the form of in-person interviews with business owners in Isleta, Socorro, and San Elizario. So we got in our cars and we really just started driving around these communities and just knocking on businesses' doors. Ultimately, we spoke to about 25 different local businesses in the area. Unfortunately, there was some inherent distrust amongst the community of people coming into their stores, saying they were with the county and wanting to ask questions about their finances, which frankly is completely understandable. This did limit the number of interviews that we were able to conduct a bit, but we were still able to speak to a variety of different businesses in different sectors, including restaurants, tax preparers, hair salons, and dog groomers. So I like to think that we covered both people's hair and pets' hair. So we got a little bit of everything. These interviews ranged from anywhere between 10 minutes to over an hour. We then consulted the Mission Trail Master Plan and conducted secondary research, which we used in conjunction with our results to help identify recommendations for the county. If we could move forward to the next slide, I'll pass it over to Yair, who's going to talk a little bit about the Mission Trail.
Yes, hello? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Yair.
Yes, so we thought it would be useful to paint a picture of the Mission Trail so you all are familiar with the context of our project. The pictures down below, as you all may know, are the Isleta and Socorro missions, as well as the San Elizario Presidio. This is where the Mission Trail gets its name from, to honor these 3 historic sites. The missions were built in the late 17th century and to this day continue to operate. This means they have been operating for over 300 years. They have been rebuilt and renovated over time due to natural disasters, but they still retain their original designs, which reflect the rich culture and history of the area. The actual Mission Trail is located in the Mission Valley of El Paso. It's 9 miles long and runs through the areas of Socorro, Isleta, and San Elizario. Aside from the missions, the trail is also home to the Tigua community, agricultural growers, Mission Valley residents, and many entrepreneurs, small businesses. We know that in October 2019, the El Paso County Commission voted to implement the historic Mission Trail redevelopment plan. One of the goals of this plan is to re-energize the agricultural industry and general small business. This is relevant to our project and leads us to the problems to be addressed. And if you can move to the next slide, please. So the problem to be addressed in our project was obviously how to improve the economic development of the Mission Trail area, but we thought it would be useful to break down this problem into categories. That way it's easier to see where we're coming from when we make policy and program recommendations towards the end of our presentation. So the main problems that we identified are struggling Mission Valley residents, common obstacles faced by small businesses, a lack of awareness, problems with zoning, and a lack of overall infrastructure. And having said that, Alejandro, can you take over the next slide?
Sure thing. So where we started, we thought it was best, in order to provide the best recommendations possible, we just really thought it was necessary to understand the nuances between each of the communities. So as far as development goes, you really see a gradient as you move further from Central El Paso as far as development. So in San Elizario, we see that it's a little bit less developed. It's a lot of small local retailers, some more mom and pop type shops. Interestingly, in San Elizario downtown, there's actually a pretty large concentration of artist booths and tourism-based shops, which provide some unique opportunities. There's also a very large agricultural presence in San Elizario as well. Moving towards Central El Paso, we have Socorro, which again is still largely smaller local businesses, but you start to see an influx of the larger corporations. So you start to see a few more of the fast food chains and things like that. There's also a very heavy service industry, and we notice in Socorro with regards to financial, hospitality, and also personal services. Moving closest to El Paso, in the most developed area, we have Isleta. Isleta sees really a large amount of larger corporations. You see the Walmarts, you see the McDonald's, but there are still, of course, some local businesses there as well. Interestingly, also in Isleta, there's also the Tigua presence, which also provides some unique opportunities as well. And if we can move forward to the next slide. So what we did with our interviews, we really looked at the overarching obstacles that the different industries faced. And what we did was we broke these obstacles into 5 different categories. So the next few slides will be going into each category and talking about which obstacles most of them face. So we could actually move forward. So naturally, these are businesses. So the majority of the obstacles that they're going to be facing are financial in nature. The first and probably the most ubiquitous obstacle was taxes. So that was really the first thing that most business owners brought up. They were generally worried about expanding their businesses because they'd have to pay inventory tax on their tables, their chairs, or really anything they brought in. So that was a big concern that we really saw throughout each of the industries. A second financial obstacle that we saw was a lack of advertising resources. These business owners wanted to get their name out there. They wanted to get their businesses known, but unfortunately, they just didn't have the capital to do so. So whether it was just a new store sign out front or online advertising, radio advertising, they just didn't have the resources to do that. We also noticed that business owners stated that customers had an inability to spend at their stores. And really the way this relates to everything was that these areas tend to be lower socioeconomic status, which means that the people in the areas have less disposable income, which means that they may be less likely to go to the restaurant or go to the goods stores. So they brought up different government assistance programs like food stamps, WIC, and SNAP, which if were maybe more available or more used throughout the region, may slightly increase the amount of disposable income that people in the area have, therefore bring more revenue to different restaurants and things like that. Another financial obstacle that they saw was just a general loan hesitancy. There's a general distrust of banking institutions and government institutions among the area, and they were very also weary of high interest rates as well. So there's a lot of hesitancy to take out loans. As far as grants goes, there are grants available for the industry businesses out there, but what we noticed with a lot of the grants was that they actually required upfront capital that would later on be reimbursed. And this was an issue for most of the businesses that really just made the grants, it was a moot point for them because they didn't have that upfront capital to actually spend in the first place. So the grants really just generally weren't available to them because they weren't able to later wait for the reimbursement. They didn't have that upfront capital. So moving forward, we'll be moving on to the location-based options. So really one of the first and probably one of the most serious problems with location is that there's just generally not a lot of demand in the area. There's not a lot of commercial traffic that goes through there, I guess because it's so distant from central El Paso. We didn't see a lot of tourists in the area, which obviously is going to have a very heavy impact on especially the art and tourism-based industries there. There's also generally a poor infrastructure. You see this most obviously in the road quality. This can really hinder people's desire to go visit the area, to go through the tourist locations. And we attribute part of this possibly to the trucking industry, which may have a negative effect on the roads as well. The final location issue we saw was just various zoning issues. So an example of this is we spoke to one farmer who wanted to actually convert part of their residential property into commercial property so that they could open up a farmer stand to sell local produce. But unfortunately, the cost of this was kind of We also saw that there might have been some zoning regulations not being followed in the area. And this is really just what we've seen personally. We can't back this up with any sort of hard evidence, but these types of issues kind of that can create eyesores that may make it less appealing to tourists as well. As far as education goes, there's a few education obstacles that we noticed as well. The first was just lack of knowledge regarding government assistance programs. There are people who are willing to go take out grants or willing to work with the government, but they just didn't have the information on how to do that, or they weren't aware of these programs. So that's definitely was a big obstacle. And also, we saw another obstacle that they faced was a lack of just general managerial knowledge. Now, that's not to say that you need an MBA to run a successful business, but one of the obstacles that managers mentioned was just being unsure of what the best ways for running their companies were. So that something educational wise might be helpful as well. Moving forward, we'll go into the last two categories, which the first one is competition. And really what this boils down to is just competition with the larger corporations, competing with the Walmarts, grocery stores competing with the, things like that. Just made it difficult for these local companies to stay sustainable. And finally, the last category we have is employment. The first, we saw that there's a lack of quality/trained employees in the area. We spoke to businesses who wanted to hire people who were looking to expand, but unfortunately, they just couldn't find anyone to hire who had the proper skill set in the area or who wanted to work in that area. So that was a big obstacle for them as well. And finally, in underemployment, just hiring finances. People who, there were business owners who wanted to hire extra people, but just unfortunately, they didn't have the capital to do so. So that concludes the general 5 categories that we saw as far as obstacles faced, the business owners, obstacles they face. So we also conducted a SWOT analysis. So I'm going to pass it to Serena, who's going to cover the strengths and weaknesses of the area.
Hello. So for the SWOT analysis, I'll be going over the strengths, which is essentially just the internal positive attributes that the trail can bring to the county. So for instance, the historical attractions that they have, the strong presence of agriculture, food, just the culture in general that the Mission Trail has, along with that vacant land. So that brings the opportunity for construction and economic development, which I think is a very good strength for the trail. If these are successful, if we bring out all the advantages of these strengths, businesses can prosper. So if you guys want to move on to the next slide. This is the weaknesses. So for the weaknesses, these are just the negative factors that could detract from the strengths that I was just talking about. So for instance, not a lot of people are aware of the trail and what it has, what businesses are on the trail. Low business growth, so some businesses are struggling, as we'll talk about later on. They don't have, as Alejandro had mentioned, like the customer base that they want, or maybe the customers don't have this disposable income that they want. The zoning, as Alejandro had mentioned before as well, and then poor infrastructure, which we'll go into a little bit later. And then I'll pass it back to Alejandro, who's going to talk about the opportunities and threats that the trail brings.
Awesome, thank you, Serena. So one of the things that, I think we can go to the next slide. I'm not sure if it's caught up. It should be opportunities. There we go. One thing that we really all collectively noticed was the vast amount of potential in this area. The people were friendly and welcoming. There's a history around just really every street corner. And San Elizario especially had a fantastic artistic community. The foundation is undoubtedly there for improvement. The first opportunity that we identified is the opportunity for growing tourism in the area. As I mentioned before, all the building blocks are there. The area really just needs resources to market and bring in more foot traffic. Secondly, we believe that an emphasis on farmer stands in the area can help to bring people in as well. Farmer stands allow local farmers to sell their produce directly to customers, which can help increase their revenues. Moving forward, we'll discuss the threats that the area can face as well. So the very first threat that we noticed is really that firms are just at risk of leaving the area or closing. Because of the low commercial traffic in the area, businesses may want to leave the areas to areas with more demand, especially with the COVID-19 circumstances going on. I'm sure that many of the businesses in the area are struggling right now. As we notice with the prevalence of trucking junkyards. Now, that's not to scapegoat these industries because they're valid industries as well. And we want to take care of them as well. We just believe that there are infrastructural changes that may be able to be made to facilitate both businesses and greater tourism in the area. A third threat is the low tourism. Mission Trail tourists may be hesitant to visit due to infrastructural issues and misconceptions about the area. Also, we have urban and suburban development, which is a double-edged sword, really. It might pose a threat to small businesses. While increased development can generally be very helpful, it may also bring in larger corporations and increases in taxes, which could be a burden on small businesses. So that concludes our SWOT analysis. So now we're going to go into a little bit of the secondary research that we conducted. I'm going to pass it over to Serena, who's going to talk a little bit about that.
Okay, so for the research, we decided to conduct some national research to see how small businesses and areas can relate to the Mission Trail. So for this slide, it's just an introductory slide, basically. We're going to be going over the impacts of trucking facilities in El Paso. There's roughly about 20 to 30 in the Socorro, San Eli, and Isleta areas. We'll also be going over the impacts of junkyards in El Paso, because there's roughly about 5 to 10 of these in the exact same areas. We'll also be going over billboard benefits and common obstacles. And like I said, these are at a national level. So this research is not just for El Paso, but it's for the United States as a whole, and see how it relates to El Paso Trail. If you can move on to the next slide, please. So for the trucking facilities, first I'll talk about the economic impacts. So for the waste of resources, so geographically, we have space that could be used, as I mentioned before. So it's going to impact that economically. It's also going to impact fossil fuel. So the trucks are going to be using large amounts of gas and stuff like that. Human resources and technology. So this is just essentially like workers and how the trucking facility are taking these human resources and using this technology. Their environmental impacts. So, inefficiencies. Oh my God. So the inefficiencies first. So they can be stopped on the road for extended periods of time. And as we know, these trucks can be fairly large, and sometimes they may not even be carrying anything, which can be seen as very inefficient. And this just increases road congestion inside the El Paso community. So that's one way that they can be inefficient. And that's an economic impact that they have on the communities. And then for environmental impacts, for pollutants. So they produce a lot of nitrous oxide and CO2 emissions, which contributes to global warming everywhere, of course. And this is usually produced in larger amounts from larger trucks and trucks that use diesel and stuff like that. So also there's, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. So there's also the non-renewable fuels and land aggregates, so typically seen as beneficial to farmers, but not if they don't require the transport. So some farmers could be using these trucks to transport their goods back and forth, but some farmers aren't using them, so it's just going to depend on the farmer, of course. And then if you want to move on to the next slide. So this is continuing the impacts of check-in facilities. So the social impacts, so they're more prone to traffic accidents, research has shown, and then they increase noise pollution, and they're visually unappealing just because they're so large, and it just can affect the community in that way. For impacts of scale, so this is essentially like how the check-in facilities could be improved. So if maybe they were using fewer resources nationally, or if there was more policy considerations for how they could improve the trucking facilities, and then increased infrastructure so that it's easier for the truckers to get in and out of their places. So if they're in and out of their facility faster, it gets them in and out of the city faster. So that's how infrastructure could improve that for them, or for the community as well. If you want to move on to the next slide, where I'll be going over the impact of junkyards. So a lot of junkyards tend to have salvage vehicles, and not only is this an eyesore for communities, but a lot of older vehicles tend to have this compound, the methyl tetrayl butyl ether. It is found more commonly in older vehicles, which tend to be more salvaged vehicles, and if this chemical compound is released into groundwater, then it can be very harmful for the community. And then a lot of them have junkyard tendencies. So like I said, they're just visually unappealing, and there is laws in other places that are put to get rid of these eyesores. So that's one impact that they have at a national level. If you want to move on to the next one. Next, I'll be going over the benefits of billboards. So of course, we see billboards everywhere on our freeways, and no matter where we are, right? And so these can bring brand recognition to any sort of business, small businesses, for individual businesses, and then the advertising the trail as a whole. So like I said, they're very good to bring brand recognition for businesses, so they could be used for advertising several businesses at once on one billboard. And then it's a lot cheaper than television ads to be using these billboards, and it seems a lot more doable for businesses to get a hold of a billboard rather than a television ad. And then they could just bring awareness to more things at once, and which can help participating businesses. If you just want to move on to the next slide, please. And then this is the common problems faced by small businesses at a national level. So of course, money management, something that a lot of places face. So sustaining profits and viable cash flows, increasing revenue and increasing profits. Of course, that's an obvious one. Lack of marketing knowledge, as Alejandro had mentioned before. It's just the lack of knowledge in terms of like how they can use social media, how they can use sign advertisements, and just overall knowledge on how they could make their business more well known. Employee turnover, so a lot of them are having trouble retaining employees, and that's a problem that's not just seen in El Paso, it's seen everywhere. And then access to new technology. So when it's a less developed area, such as San Eli, they're not going to have the newest versions of technology, and sometimes that could be a struggle when you have tourists that are coming in that want to use that new technology, or that are accustomed to that new technology. So they tend to have more outdated forms in their businesses, and that could be an issue for them. So then I'll go ahead and pass it over to Yair, who will discuss some of the recommendations that we have for you guys and how we can help businesses in the trail.
Yes, so our first recommendation is to alleviate somewhat the problem of underserved Mission Valley residents and businesses. One of our observations was that many business owners did not know about incentives or program initiatives offered by El Paso County. Based on the businesses that we interviewed, only about 1 out of 10 managers or owners knew that help was available. The county can explore ways of better communicating this information to the right individuals. This can be done by sending mailed letters to business addresses on file. Language barriers also have to be considered, as not all owners speak English. This was very clear to us when we did the face-to-face interviews. What can be sent in these letters is information about grants or incentives that may be available to that specific business and how to apply. The contact information of a county representative should also be listed as to guide applicants through the process or explain any questions they may have. Another alternative would be to have representatives that meet with business owners and residents of the area every 3 months or so to document their needs and concerns, and present their findings to the county. So in a manner, it would be very similar to what we were asked to do. For example, volunteers from the Mission Trail Association could be directed to carry out these tasks in order to build relationships and trust with the people in the area. Incentivizing businesses to invest in their employees will likely lead to higher wages as these employees attain more skills. As for resources, one thing that can be done is to get more people signed up on food assistance programs such as WIC or SNAP. One local supermarket store mentioned this would help disadvantaged residents purchase more groceries from their business. Lastly, linking these small businesses with other organizations, such as the Small Business Administration, can also be useful to provide further training and counseling. And if you can move on to the next slide, please. So for upfront capital, we noticed this was a common obstacle for many businesses across all areas. Many business owners were eager to tell us how they would put cash money to use if it was available to them. For example, to hire more qualified employees, to purchase small equipment, or renovate their buildings. But when we explain how current programs work, that for some they have to put up the required capital first and then get reimbursed later, that's when many were off-put by the idea. Most business owners or managers didn't seem too interested in applying for programs that they thought had a complicated application process or that required a large upfront investment. They simply didn't have the money, or they mentioned it would be too risky for them. One thing the county can do is to streamline the application process, require documentation for approved expenses, and make it a little more user-friendly. Another thing that can be done is to reduce the upfront investment that is required for some programs. So maybe instead of requiring a reimbursable investment of $50,000, this can be reduced to a tenth of that, for example, $5,000. If you can move on to the next slide, please. So moving on to the problem of awareness, the idea behind this recommendation is simple. Current awareness of the area is not very high. For example, the more people that see a billboard advertising the Mission Trail and what it has to offer, the more likely one individual out of 100 will plan to spend a weekend to experience the missions, the art galleries, the scenic farms, and current events. This would reach a greater percentage of tourists driving by I-10, assuming travel restrictions are lifted. We predict this would have a positive impact for small businesses and the community. We actually had one business owner mention that marketing using a billboard approach would help them a lot. I also have to admit that prior to working on this project, I did not know what the Mission Trail was or where it was located, and have lived in El Paso all my life. But now that I know more about it, I'm excited to be more engaged with this community once we are in a better situation with public safety. Social media advertising and the creation and maintenance of digital websites can also be a powerful tool to advertise the goods and services of small businesses at the Mission Trail in these difficult times. If you can move on to the next slide. So for zoning, based on what we saw, we assume there may be some violations or that requirements aren't being enforced as they should be. We thought that the county can address this problem by changing or passing new local ordinances. Based on the feedback we gathered from residents, the trucking industry, junkyards, and tire repair shops are visually unappealing, and they add very little value to the trail. We recommend to update the zoning requirements so that businesses like these are deterred in the future from relocating at the actual Mission Trail. There could be subcategories of commercial zones by industries or business type instead of putting them all in one group. That way, only certain types of commercial businesses are eligible to be on the Mission Trail. We recognize that the trucking facilities and junkyards are businesses too, and that it's important to protect the investment that is already there. But one thing that can be done is to have stricter requirements on property maintenance. We think the first impression tourists have of the area determine if they will come back again. And we don't want them coming only once, but several times instead. We also noticed that municipal parks account for less than 1% of existing zoning. Tourist and Mission Valley residents may benefit from having more parks for health and recreational activities. The county can look into reclassifying gray areas that are currently unclassified or not zoned. Also, a quick note on one farmer that we spoke to. The owner had plans to open a farmer stand and sell produce there. But in order to do that, the property has to be reclassified from residential to commercial. Something the county can consider is how to make it less costly for agricultural growers looking to make this change. We were given a cost estimate of around $20,000, and this represents a significant barrier to entry. To address this, the use of special use permits can be explored. That way more farmers can enter the market, and this has the potential to increase the number of healthy and affordable food items available to the community. If you can move on to the next slide, please. So moving on to infrastructure, we came up with a few suggestions that can build on the county's assets. These seem like pretty basic things, but it's something that the area lacks. Again, the benefit of doing this is to attract more tourists, improve the visual aspect of the trail, increase traffic count, and help the small businesses that are already there. One resident mentioned there is somewhat of a stigma by non-residents that going to the Mission Trail is like going to Mexico because it's somewhat unkept and the infrastructure isn't up to date. For example, for the communications infrastructure, some residents mentioned that the further they go down the trail, the more difficult it is to get cell phone coverage, especially in the area of San Elizario. This can have a negative effect of causing tourists to feel unsafe. Business owners also mentioned that their internet service can sometimes be slow and unreliable. When this happens, they can't get cards to process payments. So improving this would allow for better Wi-Fi and cell phone coverage. As for benches, assuming the redevelopment plan moves forward, this would allow residents or tourists walking along the trail to rest. Street trees native to the area would provide shade and more visual appeal. As for the signs, it would be useful to replace those that are old and worn with ones that are maybe a little bit more colorful, with larger font text and easy to follow directions. Another option would be to add more signs around surrounding areas so that more people are directed to the Mission Trail. For example, on North Loop or Alameda. The positive effect of this is that residents will finally start to see the benefit of the taxes they are paying. And with that said, I'll pass it over to Serena.
So just to conclude, the Mission Trail is a region filled with a lot of growth opportunities. It has an obvious historical presence and a thriving artistic scene that allows for a large influx of tourism. In order for us or the economy to capitalize on these opportunities, the area needs assistance from the county. After performing exploratory research on small businesses in Socorro, San Elizario, and Isleta, we were able to identify the common obstacles for the area in terms of financials, location, education, competition, and employment. This allowed us to propose concluding recommendations such as increasing business knowledge, upfront capital, awareness, zoning, and infrastructure. Lastly, we just want to thank you guys for your time and for listening to our presentation. If you have any questions or comments, please feel free to ask them at this time.
Well, first of all, incredible. I mean, you guys did an amazing job. And Mr. Conwell and Andrea, now I understand the importance of wanting us to hear this presentation. It's very well done, and it brings up you know, a lot of areas. I think that Andrea, that I think you have your hands full. So much for paying for fancy consultants, right? If you see this presentation and the depth and scope is just amazing. And I think one of the things that I take really quickly from that is that maybe we weren't aware that we weren't facilitating. We sort of wanted to make sure that things were going to happen sort of by themselves, and not realizing all the different barriers that the three students described as to why, like the zoning and like getting permits or repurposing their land, or those are really important. I think the other one that we might have not understood, and I think it's that situation where it's too close to us, you know, it's so close to the forest that we can't see the trees, and that is the idea that we sometimes look at people from outside of El Paso and outside the region to come in, but I think the presentation is extremely explicit that we have to develop community loyalty, our own community being excited about going there. And that's one of the faces. I mean, when you go to San Antonio, we forget that at first it was the community, then now all of us go, or whether it's in the mission in California, that it was first sort of looked at and accepted and desired by the own community, and then it becomes something that other people want to see as well. And so I really appreciate that focus of making sure that our first face. You know, I've taught capstone in graduate schools, and wow, I can tell you that this is extremely well done. You know, Serena, Alejandro, Yair, it's just extremely well done. But I don't know if you realize that by giving this presentation, you're not able to seek employment outside of El Paso. I don't know if you knew that there was a catch to this, okay? Because we lose some very talented people, and I'm hoping, I have my fingers crossed that you have offers here in El Paso, because I think I recognize, you know, caliber of students in my profession in teaching. It was very well done and exceptional as far as what we have to do. And like I said, Andrea, I think you've got a list of things that we have to do in general, but I think the county itself taking some of these to heart. And I think the students are going to be extremely appreciative when they see the outcome of their recommendations and their observations going forward. And I hope that that's the case, that you look back, the three students, that you look back and that you were a big part of what happened. We've been struggling with the mission trails, and a lot of things are going to happen, a lot of effort, but I think we're there now. That what you're saying is that you know, we have to move forward, but these areas are very important. So I want to thank you personally just for this great presentation, and wish all of the three of you a great opportunity. I think 2 have graduated and 1 is still in the middle of the program, but I just hope you also consider El Paso as a place that you'd want to make your career and your life. And like I said, it's an additional little thing that I need to express, is we have to keep people like yourselves, especially in these areas. We're very limited in the areas of tourism, the areas of hospitality, the areas of what you did right now. I mean, just that's an amazing opportunity for you as well as for us. So once again, Andrea, thank you for coordinating it. And I don't know if there's any comments from any of our commissioners, that I'm sure they're as impressed as I am. Commissioner Stout? I see you leaning forward, so I don't know if you're.
No, sure. I can I'll go first. That's fine. Thank you, Judge. I'd like to, echo what Judge Samaniego has said. I think that it's college students are always a great resource, and I think it's so important for us to have the opportunity to work with you all and give you all the opportunity to put some really important research together and advise us. And so thank you so much for for doing this. And it seems to me like we have a lot of work ahead of us, and there are definitely some eye-opening things here, some things that we need to work on, especially when it comes to the trucking or the the trucking facilities and the amount and impact that those are having in these areas, and maybe why lots of people aren't interested in as interested as they should be in doing things over there in that part of the county. But it's great to have this information at our fingertips, and we can hopefully use some of this information to create some policies and work with the communities in that part of the county, in order to deal with some of these issues. I think that it is an underutilized area, and an area that is really quite beautiful and has just so much history, and we need to do more. I know that we have talked about in the past, the dealing with the planning and policy when it comes to zoning and trying to work with the different entities, governmental entities. There's so many of them. It's kind of hard to herd the cats and get them all on one page, but it's work that we're going to continue, and thanks to you all's research, we understand that it's even more important. For me, historic heritage tourism, historic preservation has been one of my priorities since I've been on the Commissioner's Court, and I represent the downtown area. And so, as we move forward, I hope that we can really capitalize on on the historic assets that we have here, that you all also spoke about, and to take those opportunities that you pointed out in your SWOT analysis and grow tourism, and also the other opportunity that you have there, farmer stands, and I think that really plays into a lot of work that we're doing as well as of late when it comes to providing people with healthy food choices, and really looking at our agricultural sector and trying to foment growth in that area, and that opportunity that you point out with the farmer stands, I think is something that really we can work on. We actually just funded a small grant to a local company out there that does exactly that. They have some property where they grow produce, and they have a stand, and we help them to purchase a refrigeration unit so that other folks can come and store their produce there, and they can sell it. So all of this is just underlines the importance of the mission trail, and its history, and really it helps us to understand a lot of those obstacles. And I think that we can't really move forward unless we do have a deep understanding of what kind of stands in our way. And so I think your presentation is very impactful, full of information, and really something that we're gonna be able to utilize when we're moving forward. So again, congratulations on the great work. It's probably been difficult, even more so during these COVID times where you've been, working from home and haven't been able to go to the classroom, and interaction hasn't been the same. And so, even more kudos to you for putting out such a great product in a time like this. So, thank you for allowing me to speak, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Very well said. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, well, we want to thank you once again, Andrea. Help us and lead us in the right direction. And once again, the best to the 3 students. And Mr. Conwell, thank you for the coordination with us. And we look forward to some great things moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. And I also just want to echo those thank you, sentiments as well. This team has been amazing to work with over the last 5 months. Very, very professional group. And I also hope that they stay in El Paso.
Yes. we got a lot
Thank
of
you all
votes
so
for
much.
that.
We really appreciate
you,
your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you, Judge. This now brings us to item number 7, executive session. Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 7A and 7B pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food, and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Okay, Jessica, we are back.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into open session. Item number 8 from regular session, discuss and take appropriate action related to the management agreement between El Paso County and El Paso Sports Commission. For this item, we will be taking no action. This concludes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Well, thank you. Just thank you to all the commissioners, our sign language interpreters, and all the staff. Thank you very much for this meeting. Really appreciate it and hope everybody has a great week. Thank you. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good week.
This concludes today's meeting at 5:21 p.m.